Good morning, English participants. It's time for sensitization today. We are set to start. Thank you for finding time. At this juncture, would wish to start off with a word of prayer. My namesake to open up for our word of prayer.
Okay, let's believe and pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we once again seek your presence this morning. Thank you, Lord, for you've been gracious and full and taken us through in the night of this morning. We ask you, Lord, to be with us as we get through this session that is important to us and has economic value in the country. We ask you, Lord, to guide us and give us consideration as we go through this sensitization. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
Thank you, David. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Once again, welcome for this, our first quarter sensitization. I take this early opportunity to really thank you for sparing time to attend this important session. Today, we are dealing with one of the most important group in terms of our research system, universities and research institutions. We really do appreciate your presence and your commitment to participate in this, your commitment in implementation of this indicator. You agree that universities, research institutions, really the hubs of the innovation and research. And again, this is in your domain, so we do really appreciate a lot your participation in this. Allow me to just share just a slide so that we can just paint a picture of what we're just intending to do the next part of this half day session. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, just consulting something, and we'll get started shortly. Okay. Sorry for that. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. I'll take just learn few slides just to set the pace. What to follow, the Director General Nakosti will give his presentation on the current trends in the RSTI ecosystem a while later. So at this point, just allow me to just paint the bigger picture in terms of the objectives, so that we are on the same page, what we are intending to cover for this this session. In terms of our objectives, what we are intending to do is to really, as a continuous improvement, is our commitment to try and make facilitate ease and effective implementation of this indicator. We agree this is one of the groups that it's really on board fully, and so and one of the aspects that we are intending to do is to launch the indicator for the 2023-2024 and actually discuss the requirements thereof. You will appreciate for those who have been part of this, the indicator remains the same, but for on behalf of those who are joining for the first time, we should be able to have an opportunity to discuss that. Okay, yeah. And we also take this opportunity to provide a forum for these our distinguished participants who are championing this indicator. We intend to provide this forum as your forum to address your challenges in the implementation of this indicator. Again, also a forum to get your views and comments for continued improvement. Some of your feedback have been assisting us in terms of improving the indicator and the tools to facilitate ease of implementation and effective reporting. We really are also pressing more importance in terms of making it a more efficient in terms of how we should be able to be effective, how the terms of the data accuracy. Remember, we had and we have collected from the stakeholders that it's really important for us to really make the whole process more ease and more facilitative from your end, that we accommodate each other. So we provide an opportunity to share the revised tools. Remember, this is a feedback from distinguished participants. Also, in terms of the data accuracy, we are agreeing the kind of the data we are getting from your end is very important. And we agree your outputs are very important from our end. And then the issues of the data accuracy, we have a small discussion about that. Just to appreciate how important these should be in terms of our system. We're also agreeing that There are a number of institutions that are still in the development stage in terms of STI strategy, development and implementation. Again, this is an opportunity for us to share, just to assist those who are coming on board, how to effectively implement this. And the Director General will cast for us the bigger picture in terms of our trends in the research, science, technology, and innovation ecosystem, so that to see the whole picture and how the data that you're sharing, how is it feeding into our national system and even our global competitiveness indices. So again, thank you so much for taking your initiative to report on this. So this will form part of our intention for this day, but just for the benefit, perhaps I just wanted to also try to share in terms of the legal framework, just to paint the picture as to where we are coming from. It is also important to we appreciate that the effort we are doing is in line with the country's aspiration. When the stakeholders were coming up with the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act in 2013, there was a certain effort to have a very deliberate a system and governance in science, technology, and innovation. And one of the aspects this law had anticipated to do is to provide a mechanism for promoting science technology across the board, and also setting up priorities. But more important for us today, we are focusing on the efforts and that aspiration as a country to really entrench science, technology, and innovation to the national production system. And this is where we are finding, so that we really appreciate that we are finding the grounding where we are anchoring the science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming as an indicator across, and perhaps that way it's finding its way into core mandates, because this was a great aspiration for the country to have science, technology, and innovation in our production systems, in our cases, the programs and activities. And you realize part of what you do, your fully mandate is domicile in science, technology, and innovation. So this is some of the things that we thought perhaps we could discuss around that, and just paint that bigger picture where we are coming from. And again, there has always been that question: why should we bother with the mainstreaming for the few who have some of these thoughts through? We thought we would share some of the bullet points in terms of how this indicator is feeding into our national programs, our national priorities, because we all agreed as a country way back that STI is one of the enabling bedrock for us Vision 2030. So whatever we are doing in our small way from different corners, we are really working and facilitating that. So STA becomes one of the key enablers, because again, it is cross-cutting. And that's why we are having this discussion across all the MDAs, the ministries, the department, research institution, universities, and Tibet, tertiary institution. Again, because of the mere fact that we are all contributing to Vision 2030, one or the other, and where our one of the facilitating processes is STI. Again, we understand, most of you, ladies and gentlemen, you've interacted with the medium-term plan 4. We've seen the role and the prominence given to the science, technology, and innovation around there, so that to make our economy as competitive as it should be, as inclusive as it should be. The key or the role for science, technology, and innovation, it's enormous around there. And who are the key players? You are the key players in there, because again, you are leading the processes. You are the hubs of innovations and research and creativity. And these are the key drivers that will help us as a country to accelerate the attainment of our aspiration and visions. The current government development plan, the better, though it 5 key pillars the government has set up. You've seen how the role of STI, how critical it is, and this cascade down to the institutional level. Or what we're doing is be aligned along that, and this is one of the platforms for us to help our government attain its objectives around those priority areas set out. So really, this is just a painter the bigger picture, so that we're able to see our efforts, how it's contributing, how we are aligning ourselves in that regard. So this is really important. Even the president, the president, his vision and intention of establishing that council for science and technology. Again, why would the head of state think of that way? Is again is the importance, because this is just repeating the obvious. It is the important role of the science, technology, and innovation is playing. And it's obvious now how important it is for you as focal persons and champions, representing our engine in terms of generating new knowledge, fresh ideas, and innovations to run our country, because we can only be informed by science, technology, and innovation for us to accelerate the attainment of our aspiration. So I thought I should just share this, so that to cast the bigger picture of what we need to do and address as a country. And I think what will follow next, the Director General Lacoste, Professor Walter Oyawa, will be joining us soonest to just paint the bigger picture as to, and more so to appreciate the kind of the data that you're sharing with us, how it is really informing our process, informing our decision making, and painting and mapping out our potentials and the resources that we have across the country. So that I would spend those few minutes to just highlight those aspects and the basis and the foundation that we are placing these. What will follow the Director General, we will also try to really now launch the 2023-24 STI indicator and the requirements that for you as who are implementing, who are on the performance contract platform, what you should be able to do within the year, and then we follow with the reporting whatever the science, technology, and innovation template for those who, because I'll paint the numbers for those who are yet to develop the strategy. We'll try to assist them in terms of sharing just the overview, and finally we'll end with the tools, the revised tools and the work plans that we need to use, so that we make your work simpler and try to help and increase the efficiency and accuracy of the data. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think I thought I would spare those few minutes just to reiterate the importance of what you're doing, and more so to appreciate your role as drivers in this process that will help us as a country place the science, technology, and innovation to its place. Of course, we are agreeing how important it is. So thank you. So with your indulgence, let's try to reach out to the Director General. Okay, great. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that the Professor Oyawa will join us in 3 minutes time, exactly at 9:25. So as we are loading that, we just seek your indulgence as we set up for his presentation. Again, thank you so much for your patience and for agreeing with us to pick the program in that manner. And we promise we should be able to run the program at the intended items by the scheduled times. So as we upload that again, I had forgotten to indicate this. Perhaps you should be able to help us and put the question and the comment. And also in terms of registration, we also need to appreciate those who are with us this morning. You put in your comment section. We are on board, institutions and the likes. Your question, you can put as many as possible. We will make all effort to respond to your queries and then your comments. Again, that's because of what I had said. This is your forum, so that we share your experiences, your comment, and your suggestion as well. Highly welcome. In a minute's time, we should be able to load his presentation. So we seek your ask for your patience just a little bit. Okay, I think, ladies and gentlemen, as we are trying to get the Director General to give his presentation, I suggest maybe perhaps in the interest of time, we could have Javan Mwiti take us through the indicator for this financial year 23-24 and the requirement thereof when the Director General will be available. I think we should be able to tweak the program to accommodate him again, so that we take advantage of this time. Great. I think at this point, I would invite Javan Mwiti to really give us an overview of the indicator and its requirement. And if Director General joins, we should be able to accommodate him as well. And then the other presentation will proceed as indicated in the program. So Javan, when you are ready, I think you could take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. I think we are under small change on the program as the Director General is facing some challenges in terms of connectivity. So I think I was to be the third presenter. So I think I'll take the opportunity to take you through the indicator, the Science, Technology, and Innovation Indicator for the year 2023-2024. And more to that, share experiences in terms of the best practice on effective and efficient implementation, so that we can be able to attain the intended purpose of this indicator. Most of you have been in this process of performance contracting. Remember very well that before we had STI as a PC indicator within our common date, we used to have R&D, which basically stood for research and development. That I think in Medium Term Plan 1 and 2, and of course with the enactment with the Act of Science, Technology, Innovation, then there was the introduction of Science, Technology, and Innovation as a PC indicator. So basically that is the brief of the indicator in terms of implementation. And basically, when it was R&D, this was one of the indicators we used to pick from SPS sector performance standards as an indicator that represents the various sector. For example, if we were 4 of us under Ministry of Education, we used to have the sector plan that used to have specific indicators that were to be undertaken across. And most of you know, we almost going back there. Most of the universities this time around in our PCs, we already have cross-cutting indicators that cut across universities. So that is the background. But now, of course, we have Science, Technology, and Innovation, which is within our core mandate as institutions. And then NACOST is a specialized agency, basically for this indicator. For us today, universities mostly, I know we have universities and research institutions, but for universities, basically, we also have lead agency, and that is the Inspectorate of State Cooperation, which is a lead agency, and of course, specialized agencies. So NACOST is just one of the specialized agency. We have others. I know we're implementing road safety, we're implementing matters gender, in 19 cycle, that is for the year 2022-2023. And basically the specialized agencies have a role to develop the indicator to ensure that this indicator is developed and of course implemented across the MDAs. The specialized agencies are supposed to receive, analyze, and provide feedback on the performance of this indicator within 15 days after the date of submission. You know the guidelines, the 20th cycle guidelines that we're implementing this year for the performance contract for the year 2023-2024 have clearly indicated timelines in terms of when the MDAs, that is ministries, departments, and agencies are supposed to submit their reports. And once those reports are submitted, then the guidelines are also very clear that the specialized agencies receive, analyze, and provide feedback. So basically, after 15 for this quarter, we in the first quarter of 2023-2024, you'll be expected to submit your report by 15th of October. And immediately after that, all specialized agencies, including NACOS, to provide feedback back. Providing technical and support to MDAs, basically again, as they're doing today. For example, the sensitization that we are undertaking is meant to help you understand the indicator, launch the indicator officially for implementation for the year under review. That is the year 2023-2024. And of course, ultimately at the end of the fourth quarter, that is 30th of June next year, access the annual performance of the MDA for the relevant performance for this indicator. And of course, be issued with a score. And this has happened for the year 2022-2023. That is the 19 cycle performance contract or guidelines. This has already taken place, and of course submit the list of the score, and this is being done for the previous year, and of course it will also be done for the year 2023-2024. In addressing the question of why science, technology, and innovation, I think somehow my colleague as trying to address this, and I know even the Director General basically will be addressing the same, but basically looking at our pieces from a perspective where we started implementing R&D, research and development, as part of our core mandate, and now when we have science, technology, and innovation, I know all of you, it is a requirement this year that all MDAs develop their strategic plans or probably review if the year the end term of the plan has not been actualized. And one of the things is, of course, to align it with the bottom-up economic model, and basically integrate the 5 pillars and a better. Of course, ensure that the MTP4, the medium-term plan 4 that has taken over from MTP3, the aspirations of MTP4 are also harmonized within our strategic plans. And of course, compliance again, or picking project and flagship project within Vision 2030. So basically, when we do all that, and most of you have walked the journey of and have actualized or probably have participated in implementation of MTP3. You remember MTP3 was actualized through the Big Four agenda. And now we have MTP4 that is being actualized through better. So basically, you realize from inception that matter, science, technology, and innovation are basically part and parcel. Much of MTP4 emphasizes so much integration and infusing science, technology, and innovation in terms of what we do. The same is science, technology, and innovation is an enabler number 2 under Vision 2030. And you realize when you look at our PCs as universities, as research institutions, then are within our core mandate, because within our core mandate is basically where we transact our business. Then again, we have science, technology, and innovation. So R&D basically is an activity within research, science, technology, and innovation, where we're implementing, or we are allocating at least 2%. And again, we'll be canvassing more on what is the 2% of our approved budget towards research and development. So basically, that emphasizes the reason as to why we need to have science, technology, and innovation. And again, when you look at our various objectives as institutions, our programs, and our mandate, again, we live to fulfill. All of us are fulfilling the aspirations of Vision 2030. And as I've said earlier, looking at Vision 2030, the pillars of Vision 2030, science, technology, and innovation basically is an enabler under Vision 20. In fact, it's an enabler number 2. And again, as I said again, as we harmonize and align our strategic plans with the blueprint that is from Vision 2030 to MTP4, that's medium-term plan 4, and of course, the better the bottom-up economic model, then you realize as we do that, ideally we are integrating matter, science, technology, and innovation in what we do. Because ideally, from the concept point of MTP4, there was a lot of emphasis on matter, science, technology, and innovation, and more so the allocation of the at least 2% of our budget towards research and development. We'll be having more discussions as we move forward, mostly on the allocation of 2%. But basically, I won't emphasize more on that. And I know most of us have been involved in various aspects of either developing our strategic plans, our work plans, of course, strategic plans within the implementation matrix. We develop the work plan for the specific year. And that is one of the documents that was required of you when you are negotiating your 2023-2024 performance contract. Because again, within the work plans, now you are able to segregate activities that you do wish to commit within your PC, so that if we have already aligned our strategic plans, we have aligned ourselves with better, I know this is a process, and the target is that by December this year, all of us should have developed our strategic plans or aligned them accordingly with MTP4, with better, and of course, be able to actualize, because MTP4 is actualizing Vision 2030 on 5-year program, so that our strategic plans are aligned. As we do that, we realize already matter, science, technology, and innovation have been taken care of, so that we can be able to integrate the process, so that the process is integrated to be part and parcel of what is expected. So basically, much of what I've said is that the reason and the purpose of having science, technology, and innovation is basically to help us, this being an enabler under Vision 2030, it becomes an easy and a more efficient way of actualizing the country's aspiration towards Vision 2030, addressing matters, socioeconomic development, and SaaS. So basically, briefly looking at science, technology, innovation, when we talk of science, of course, we are creating knowledge. When we are talking about, when we apply that knowledge, it becomes technology. And when we apply technology, of course, it becomes innovation. So basically, looking at that, and again, connecting this with our individual mandate as institutions, and more so in relation to the blueprint of the country, looking at the Vision 2030, looking at public sector reforms, tools for national development, STI, science, technology, and innovation cut across powerfully. From R&B, of course, we talk of matters, rapid resort initiatives. These are initiatives that you put in place in terms of accelerating attainment of the various strategic objectives. The use of performance contracting, etc. So basically, looking at this is a template. This is the matrix for non-commercial institutions, where universities and I believe research institutions are. We have commercial and non-commercial, but the difference is very minimal. I wanted us to interrogate this. This is for the year 2023-2024, and a keen look at it. Of course, we obviously start with financial stewardship, because this is where we are talking about the approved budget. And for universities, of course, when you are negotiating this year PC, you remember very well, one of the documents you had to submit was the approved budget, so that the activities that you commit within your PC, then they are taken care of. Of course, BA service delivery, I wanted us to look at core mandate. So basically, D is the core mandate, but just look at the core mandate. As you choose core mandate for your institutions, and this again explains why science, technology, and innovation is critical. We have, before you identify activities in your PC, one, you need to have activities that address matters better. You must have activities or performance indicators that address matters Vision 2030 in terms of the project. What are the flagship projects? Then, of course, you have other national priorities. And this is where your strategic plans, these are activities, these are indicators that you pick directly from your strategic plan to put in your performance contract. And then, of course, programs and projects aligned to SDGs. Also, you must demonstrate that indicators that you picked under your core mandate addresses SDGs. And then, of course, Agenda 2063. And the last one is SPS. SPS, that's the sector performance standards. So basically, looking at your core mandate, that's where we find science, technology, and innovation. It's clearly indicated. We have science, technology, and innovation, which has a weight of 2, and of course, an annual target of 100%. What this means is that, as I said earlier, we started with budgetary financial stewardship, where the approved budget, where you have the approved budget, basically that is supposed to support the core mandate. We exist to fulfill the core mandate. The institutions, our universities, our research institutions, basically exist to fulfill the requirement as stated in our various mandate. So basically, depending with the mandate, that's why those approved budget, basically, we have the approved budget as the first one under financial stewardship to support actualization of our core mandate. And that's where we have science, technology, and innovation. This is the only cross-cutting indicator or the indicator under specialized agency that is directly under our core mandate. And that, of course, gives you, that gives the emphasis on to why science, technology, and innovation is critical for us as a country and for us as our institution. So basically meaning that, as I said, if you look again at that matrix, you have developed, you're either developing or reviewing your strategic plan, meaning you are aligning again, you are aligning it with above, you are aligning it with better, you are aligning it with MTP4, you are aligning it with the flagship project within Vision 2030 that you want to undertake as an institution. So this is very important for us to have this knowledge because again, that is the as an institution, one of the requirements for you to implement under this indicator is either you develop STI strategy or probably you'll be implementing the same. But basically, you'll be developing a work plan, scheduling these activities that you want to undertake for implementation of this indicator. So basically, that is just a matrix for this year, 2023-2024. If you look at F, basically these are cross-cutting indicators. And again, it's only one. It's only national values that has a specialized agency. That's a directorate of national values. The rest basically, they're not under specialized agency. So basically, what are the requirements? Let's now look at the indicator and ask ourselves, what are the main requirements for implementation of this indicator? As I said, this is the third year that this indicator is being implemented. It started with 18 cycle performance contract guidelines. That is 2021-2022. We are 19 cycle performance contracting guidelines. That's 22-2023. And now we have the 20th cycle performance contract, 2023-2024, which first and foremost demands either appointment or reappointment on both focal person and champion. This is now mandatory. Before you start implementing the target, these two must be appointed. And of course, we'll be looking at who is the focal person, what are the champions, and basically what is the best practice in terms of ensuring effective and efficient implementation. Roles of the focal person. The focal person basically ensures coordination, overall coordination of this indicator as per the guidelines. And this has been so since 18 cycle performance contracting guidelines, and then provide necessary support for the various levels in their respective institutions towards effective implementation of this indicator. So basically, the focal person, and that way it is very critical. The focal person is basically in charge of implementation of this performance contracting indicator and ensures that the necessary support is offered in various levels. As you said, they'll be working very closely with the champions. And ideally, in terms of focal person, we should have one focal person per institution. But of course, in champions will depend with the uniqueness of the institution. We will have many, we could have 2, 3, 4, 5 champions. But the focal person, of course, will be one for effective implementation so that we are able to coordinate well. They also plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building of STM streaming among the employees to ensure that as we build your capacity today, you're also able to build the capacity of everyone else in the institution so that there is an effective implementation of this indicator. They coordinate development and implementation of the STI strategy. That is the role of the focal person again. You ensure that one of the requirements under this indicator, of course, is if you have not developed STI strategy, you develop. If you have developed, then you put mechanism in place through the work plan, what you intend to implement within the financial year. So again, that is the role of the focal person. Establish and implement monitoring and evaluation mechanism. This is very critical. Again, in some of the recommendations that we'll be giving you in terms of best practice and implementation of this indicator, already most of our institutions, our universities and research institutions, we already have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism through performance contracting. So basically, you look at how you can harmonize this. You can ride on whatever is the existing mechanism in terms of monitoring, because the universities are implementing other indicators, other specialized agency indicators, and of course, other indicators that are outside specialized agencies. So already there is that mechanism. You try to ride on the same. Promote collaboration, partnership, and network with key stakeholders. of course, to enhance effective implementation, promoting STI in business processes, you ensure that STI matters. As we said, when you talk about business processes and we'll be looking at effective, the best ways in terms of mainstreaming, you realize that we start with, we have talked about strategic plans. They are very critical. You ensure that within the strategic plan, as you align, and I think I've already brought this to your attention, that documents such as planning documents or tools of development such as MTP4, they have already embraced science, technology, and innovation. It's for you now to pick what is relevant within it. One of the requirements is, of course, you need to align your strategic plan with MTP4. You also need to align your strategic plan with the better. And these tools already, these planning tools already, they have already aligned. I mean, they have already harmonized. They have already infused matter, science, technology, and innovation. When you do that automatically, then in the business process of the institution, of the university or research institution, then matter, science, technology, and innovation would have been covered effectively. Of course, you ensure both quarterly and annual reports, PC, basically quarterly reports, submission. The guidelines are pronounced, 20th cycle guidelines have the PC 20th cycle performance contract guidelines are pronounced themselves clearly on matter submission. So you are supposed to comply with submission. You need to help the institution comply with the timelines in terms of submission. Submissions dates are very clear. In fact, if you look at the guidelines keenly, you realize you are highly penalized with 0.05 if you don't comply with the timelines. You're supposed to report by the 15th of October, for example, for first quarter, the 15th day after the end of the quarter. Compliance with us is critical so that you are able to operate as per or in adherence with the PC performance PC guidelines. That will be very important. For consideration, who should be a focal person? Basically, is anyone who is either in top or middle level management, but basically he must be able to, currently must be able, or someone probably dealing or overseeing matters, implementation on research, science, technology, and innovation, so that ideally you are able to already, you should have, it will be easier in terms of effective implementation for you to do the same, to ensure that the institution is able to implement this indicator. At least you should be someone we should be able to enforce somehow compliance, or probably someone who is able to mainstream or cascade matter, science, technology, and innovation within the institution. So basically someone conversant. And of course, in universities, this is very clear. The mandate, this is within science, technology, innovation is part of the mandate of the university. Research is part of the mandate of the university. So appointing who should be there is just straightforward. It's not something that we really struggle with. Next, of course, is the champion. And we said, depending with the size and uniqueness of the institution, then you can have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. The point here in terms of champions should actually represent all the departments, all the key sections of your institution, of either university or research institution. So basically, you have many champions. And when we have the focal person and champions, then you constitute what is referred to as STI university, for example, University Science Technology Steering Committee. So a committee is established by having the focal person as a chairman, and then the champions are members of this committee. Ensure that as you appoint champions, you appoint champions across. This is important because when it will come to reporting, you need various persons in various departments or areas of the institution to give you certain information. So we expect you to have someone from finance, to have someone from HR, to have someone, just have a fair representation of the institution so that you are able, because when you look at the reporting template or the reporting process that will be presented to you later, you realize there are certain aspects such as you want information from HR, the human resource, for example. That means you need to have HR. When you are tabulating the table and R&D, that is research and development, again, that is finance. They have the numbers. It will be very easy from the allocation, from the utilization and the expenditure. They'll be able to give you the numbers. So basically what I'm saying, cutting across, you need to ensure that the various departments, the various divisions are clearly represented as champions, so that you can talk of effective and efficient implementation. So yes, champions should be many. It's only the focal person that you should be one, but champions can cut across. So it is upon you to look at your organization, to look at your university, to look at your research institution, and see the various divisions and units within the same, the director, the department, and find a very suitable way of ensuring that there is a fair representation. And because, of course, we have been dealing with champions before, this doesn't have to be an ending. I know already, we know when it comes to, depending with the matter at hand, then we are able to appoint our champions accordingly. What are the roles? They ensure day-to-day. They ensure day-to-day. They ensure day-to-day implementation of the indicator, and of course, they hear up the focal person on daily basis in terms of ensuring effective implementation. Cascading of this indicator, you also, because the indicator has certain activities, so you ensure within those activities, the champions ensure that those activities are clearly cascaded within their areas. Preparing and forwarding quarterly reports for implementation to the focal person. Again, remember the focal person either is submitting directly or is working, the focal person will submit the report through the performance contract office, or as it has been established by the institution, then this report comes from the champions. So champions should be able to do that. Provide timely information required for evaluation. Remember, this indicator will be evaluated at the end of the period. So basically, you ensure that you keep documentary evidence for the same. Undertake continuous monitoring and evaluation of the committed activities. This is very, very important again, because remember, apart from you're implementing this as an institution, and of course, it's the implementation is across the entire institution. So the various activities done, we need to monitor and evaluate. At that lower level, then it is the responsibility of the champion to ensure this is done. And this is, of course, for the best practice, so that you're able to ensure this is done. Ensure continued STI capacity building and sensitization. Once you're trained, like a training that is taking place today, then of course also you do the same for others. And please note that every quarter, cost plans or schedules for a free sensitization and capacity building for all MDAs who are implementing this indicator. So you take advantage of that and ensure you participate every quarter. There is a free sensitization, and this helps you to know how to develop STS strategy. It helps you to have information on how to have effective implementation, of course, and how to ensure that you have the right and documentary evidence to support your activities. So this capacity is always there. When you're logging in, you can always share the log with your friends so that they can be able to benefit. So basically, my point is every quarter, you always have this sensitization to help you. The second quarter, sensitization will be able to help you understand the gaps you want probably in first quarter, so that you can embed that in terms of mitigation plan for your third quarter and all that. So basically, participating in this sensitization is critical, because again, you have material and information that you can also share with your colleagues. Promoting STI committed activities, again, you support the focal person to ensure the business of the processes within the institution reflect within your areas. They are incorporated, or probably you have matter science, technology, innovation taken care of there. And of course, provide the necessary support or documentary evidence to support the process. With a champion, for example, what are the requirements? This is very simple. There are people with passion who are able to champion, transform, and lobby others. People within their areas who are able to champion, who are able to help others understand and embrace what we are talking about. So basically, that is the main requirement. People conversant with matters research, science, technology, innovation, but most importantly with passion and commitment. And I know we are dealing with so many of other change management processes, and we normally have champions. And the consideration is, of course, the ability to lobby others, to transform others, as long as, of course, you're able also to have that commitment and that understanding and conversant. You are conversant with matters research, science, technology, and innovation, the entire ecosystem. And that makes it easy for implementation. What is the scope? Of course, the scope, as I started by saying, research, science, technology, and innovation is an enabler number 2 under Vision 2030. So all of us who are contributing to Vision 2030, and I remember I shared with you the matrix, the 2023-2024 PC matrix for this year, and in it you saw under the comma date, the activities that we identifying for university or for the research institution to commit, they must fall either within better, that is bottom-up economic model. They must fall either in MTP4, that's medium-term plan 4, the one we're implementing now, and then of course Vision 2030. So RISTI being an enabler then that tells you then as long as you are contributing towards Vision 2030, you're implementing MTP4, as long as you're implementing better, the 5 pillars, then of course you have a very big role, the scope, you're within the scope. And for us, of course, as universities and research institutions, as you know, research, science, technology, and innovation is within our mandate, then of course we are fully in the scope. So basically, that is the scope, and rightfully all of us today, we are in this scope as universities and research institutions. What is expected for 2023-2024, depending on the level that you are in as a university or research institution, you are supposed to appoint or reappoint a focal person. And you have been having questions, how long should the STI strategy run? And the best practice, we said it can either run for 3 years or 5 years, depending, of course, with your document and procedure on document review. But from a best practice, the STI strategy will run at least for 3 years, so that also you have some good time for implementation. So basically, the life of the review, in most cases, we realize that then if that is the procedure, if that is your SOP procedure in terms of the document review, the various documents that you have, that means then at least we expect the focal person and then champions to run at least for 3 years within the lifespan of the STI strategy, so that there is a reappointment, probably when we have someone leaving the institution or exiting, either champion or the focal person. And again, we need to have good time. We need to ensure that there is continuity in the implementation of this, so that the focal person, either they are appointed. So if you have appointed, you already have them. If there are them that are coming on board for the first time this year, of course you're appointing, or you can reappoint. But basically you need to have a letter of appointment for both the focal person and then champion. So depending on the level, of course you're supposed to have the focal person and champion, and that is critical. The second one is you are developing, you develop the STI strategy, or you implement. So it depends again. Some of us in 18 cycle who have been with this indicator from 18 cycle have been able to develop the STI strategy. So basically you'll be implementing, and then you develop a work plan on how to implement, on effective implementation. Remember, when you develop the way we do with the strategic plans, once you develop a strategic plan, you develop an implementation matrix, and out of it, you always develop a work plan. The same thing with STI strategy. Once you develop the strategy, you have an implementation matrix, and within it, you would have scheduled by developing a work plan for each of the year, because those objectives, those strategies that you put in place and the activities, you need to give them priority. What do you want to do, for example, for the year 2023, 2024, and other years? So basically, if you're implementing, then you'll be telling us what are you segregating for implementation, let's say, for the year 2023, 2024, and that is through your work plan. And the template for your work plan is provided by NACOST, so that you can be able to clearly indicate out of the things that you identified in your STI strategy, for example, if you're implementing, or if you have already developed and you're implementing, then you segregate those matters and you clearly give them priority. For them that have not developed, who are joining us for the first time, or probably in 19 cycle, you're not able to develop your STI strategy, then of course, you'll be developing. And then also within that, you'll be now telling us through the work plan, what are some of the activities that you want to put in place to ensure completion and development, approval of your STI strategy, and of course, implement other matters. But this, again, matters, work plans and STI strategy will be canvassed later, and will be able, in case of any clarification or question, you'll be able to get it at that particular time, or of course, raise any question. The last one is to develop and implement a mainstreaming STI work plan. And again, as I said, all of us, whether we are developing STI strategy, whether we are implementing STI strategy, we need to have a work plan. And I have just given you a very good example to understand this. Basically, the work plan, we are developing it basically based with like for us, we're in performance contracting. The first document you normally give for negotiation is your work plan, which you develop from your strategic plan, the implementation matrix, strategic plan for that year, so that out of that you pick activities that you want to infuse or include in the PC, and others that will be implemented outside the PC. It's the same thing. The annual plan here basically helps you to plan. If, for example, you're developing your STI strategy, the work plan helps you to plan accordingly. What steps, what is the roadmap that you want to put in place and actualize for attaining the same? For them that have already developed the STI strategy, then again, the work plan helps you to properly plan for the things that you have segregated for that year, that you want to commit, that you want to give budgetary allocation, and then, of course, do the same, implement. The last one is to submit quarterly and annual reports to NACOST. And again, on reporting, this will be, you'll be taken through it. There is a lot of improvement on the reporting since we started in 18 cycle, 19 cycle, and now the process has been automated, the number of templates have been reduced, and the process basically has been made easier and better for all of us, so that we can effectively and efficiently be able to report without any issues. And I know this will be presented to you later on how when we shall be covering the reporting process for this indicator. But all the templates and everything is provided by NACOST, and the process is automated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about mainstreaming, and in one of my presentations, I say the focal person and the champion should be able to help the institution mainstream this across the business. So basically, as we look at your mandate as a university, the mandate is very clear. As we look at the mandate of research institutions, research, science, technology, and innovation comes strongly within our mandate. So basically, as we do our various planning, as we look at our strategic plan, because that is the starting point of it, then of course we develop the various corporate plans or annual work plans. They could be departmental, but ultimately we would have one one work plan, that organizational work plan. From out of it, we're able to develop our PCs. From the same, again, of course, remember we talked about this year, all institutions are either developing or reviewing their strategic plans to align with MTP4, to align with the government of the day agenda. That is better. And that once that is done, then of course that informs your performance contract. That also now informs how you infuse matters. Already matters, science, technology, and innovation have already been infused in those other documents, planning documents I've talked about. So when you talk about your PC, for example, already the indicator is there. But then again, when you look at your PC, again, you look at the cascading process. How do you cascade that? As you cascade it again, you realize as you cascade other indicators within the entire institution or within our universities and research institution, then of course, science, technology, and innovation is already part and parcel of our mandate that we are allocating resources for, that we are cascading for implementation. Then, of course, we talk about annual performance contract, the GPS, the reporting system, quarterly report, that is evaluation, and monitoring. Of course, monitoring and evaluation. We think about the midterm evaluation. Of course, the midterm tells us where we are in terms of the roadmap of achieving our objectives that we did. Then we have evaluations, we have scoring. All this helps us to understand what is what is the most efficient and effective way to mainstream this indicator within our processes. And the chart basically helps you to get the bigger picture, so that even as most of us now, if, for example, you're reviewing your strategic plan, you have the opportunity to do the end term, to look at the impact, and then you use that as part and parcel of informing your next cycle of developing your new strategic plan, meaning already that plan has already been harmonized with the government agenda, with the blueprint of the country. And of course, as we say in the blueprint of this country, acknowledges matter, science, technology, and innovation, and it has given them very critical consideration. So basically with this, it can help you implement. What are some of the best practice in terms of implementation so that you can successfully implement this indicator? Of course, we talked about utilizing the current existing PC system. Already, our institutions have always been operating within the PC process for the last almost 15 to 16 years. So already most of our institutions have established very clear systems in terms of reporting, in terms of implementing other indicators. Remember, our institutions are implementing that in other indicators that are within our PC system, and that's borrowing from what is existing from there can really help you in terms of an efficient and effective implementation. Of course, appointment of focal person and champions. Again, we say this is very, very, very critical. We have already looked at the requirements of both, why it is very important to have them. We expect you now, you focal person and champions, to form an STI streaming committee. And the chair should be the focal person, of course, and champions as members. And we said in champions must cut across. We must ensure that as champions are being appointed, and most of you know already you have been appointed, they cut across the institution so that there is a good representation. And then, of course, ensure they have letters of appointment and quick replacement in case someone leaves the office. Ensure that they are replaced. Of course, in champions and focal persons can always exit. Ensure that we are able to replace them. Develop the work plan. Ensure that the work plan, and if you are developing your STS strategy, please plan for it early so that within the year or within the specified period, you are able to implement. Ensure continuous capacity building, participate like in what NACOS now is doing for free. And in case you feel you need more specialized kind of training or customized training, you can always request NACOS. They can do that to you. Implement and keep documentary evidence. This is fundamentally important. And you keep it because, of course, at the end of the day, you're not just implementing for the purposes of only PC. You also want to ensure that you are attaining your intended purpose. So basically, these are some of the things you can put in place for monitoring and evaluation. All the documents, please ensure through the website, and this will be, you'll be taken through this. I just want to emphasize on compliance with timelines as specified by the PC guidelines, by the 20 cycle PC guidelines. They are very clear. Let's adhere to timelines. But basically, the process has been automated and will be taken through that on how to report. Very important, and I know it will be emphasized later, as you do, as you submit, as you implement this indicator and report accordingly, ensure you observe the input output relationship. This is clearly when you talk about validity, verification, and all that. Most of us have implemented the quality management system, ISO 9001:2015. And remember, it basically defines clearly the requirement for the output input. What I mean is that what comes out of you when you are reporting for this indicator as a university or research institution, what comes out of you as an output becomes an input to NACOS. Of course, NACOS to use your input for many other areas, and those will be canvassed later. So we expect you to give credible and valid data so that your output obeys and adheres to the requirement that it meets all the intended requirement. It's valid, and of course, it is very credible. Reporting process, I said again, it's already automated, and all the necessary documents have already been shared within the website, on NACOS website. Some of the challenges, low budgetary allocation, again, as I said, of course, we come from a point where budgetary allocation. But remember, I want to take you back. All of us, in the last 2 months, we have been able to negotiate our performance contract. And one of the things for us to negotiate with the ministry was you should have provided an approved budget. So basically, your PC is already factored in your budget. So as you implement that budget now that you negotiated for, and that the same thing was required during your vetting, during your PC vetting, one of the documents you have to submit is your approved budget. So basically, the processes have already been taken care of, and this being accommodated. But in most cases, in most cases where we may not necessarily, remember the target is not 2%, but at least 2%. So you move from 0% to 2%. You just, it's a gradual scheduled process. But of the critical concern is that you should always look at the expenditures. after this first quarter, for example, as you report on 15th of October, look at the areas. You realize the institutions are really spending on the matters, research, science, technology, and innovation without even noting or probably reporting. Look at all areas. Look at the equipment that probably we have acquired as an institution. Look at those research projects and programs that you are running and the cost attached, how that contribute to the 2%. It contributes on matters, research, science, technology, and innovation. So look at it broadly and look at all areas. And that's why I say in finance department to be very critical to you to help you see and understand those other areas. Poor and unsteady funding, inadequate infrastructure and such. But again, when you look at the entire ecosystem of research, science, technology, and innovation, we always have a role. We may have a challenge probably in infrastructure, but still we may realize in innovation, as universities, of course, we realize we're incubating innovations, we are commercializing, everything that goes towards that. Actualization of your IP policies, actualization, any costs associated with actualization of your research policies and IP policies goes towards the 2%. So when you are calculating your 2%, look at it broadly so that you don't miss it out. Some of the major issues, as I conclude, of course, is non-submission of quarterly report. This one simply comply with 20th cycle performance contract. Please note when you report outside the cycle, you are directly penalized by the overall system. When your cumulative score will be done, you'll be automatically penalized. So please, late submission of report, incomplete report, ensure you comply. For incomplete report, just today you'll be taken through the process of reporting. It has been made simple, it has been made easier. Please understand it. Ask any questions so that you fully understand it and you submit the entire information that is required. Failure to provide evidence of the appointment of focal person. Once you appoint these people, please provide evidence and all that. So basically, in terms of the template, the various templates that you use for reporting, I think there'll be a session on that. Pay attention on it and you'll be able to learn more and realize that the process is easier with the way it has been automated. Failure to provide information, please provide all the information. Again, you'll be taken through this template for R&D. It's a simple one. It's about approved budget, what you allocate for research, development, and how much you've been able to utilize on quarterly basis. It's as simple as that. A failure to provide consistent information on human resource. Again, when the HR is part of your committee, of your STI mainstreaming committee, then you're able to get the information from them and all that. So submitting blank sheets, again, when this process of reporting will be done, I believe it will be clear to you on what you're supposed to report. So basically, I just wanted, these are just experiences from what has been happening. You can see basically this feedback basically across MDAs. You can see since the 1918 cycle implementation process, we have been able to, NACOST has been able really to mainstream this indicator. And on yearly basis, there are many MDAs that are coming on board. And of course, building their capacity, ensuring that they comply has been part and parcel. This is the same information, the feedback that has been that we have been able to capture within the period of sensitization. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude there and request that we hold our question. Please put your question through chat or through question and answer in case you need any clarification from my end, so that we can have our Director General joining us. And then after all the presentations, we shall have a plenary where you'll be able to ask your question, you'll be able to raise your question, get clarification and answers. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. We are expecting our Director General, Professor Oyawa, to join us. But maybe before he is preparing to join us, you can still utilize our chat. Let's put our questions or clarification or addition through the chat. Also through the chat, please tell us your name. You can introduce yourself by your name and the institution that you are representing for the purposes of course, knowing the attendance, so that we can know the numbers. And then for clarification, we have QA session. You can always put your questions across there so that we are able to respond. We are waiting for Professor Oyawa, the Director General NACOST, to be coming on board anytime from now. We have said, please you don't need to raise your hand now. You can just put across in case it's a clarification or a question. You can use question and answers for my session and all other sessions that will follow, so that we'll be able to manage time well. But as we said again, it will be great if you introduce yourself by stating your name and the institution that you're representing. This will be critical for us in terms of analyzing the participation. So basically, as we wait for the Director General, I'm informed, is joining anytime from now. Karibu, Professor, if you can hear me. But he is joining anytime from now. Meanwhile, as he joins, I've seen there are some questions on question and answers segment. Thank you so much, Isa. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Richard. It's also great to meet you here. Thank you. From Just. So basically, as he joins us, as I write down what I was presenting, basically we realize we need to connect the process of STI as an indicator. We need to connect it with the various government planning, planning tools, or the agenda of government of the day, the better. Let us look deeply as we develop or revise our strategic plans to ensure that we align them accordingly, because of course, through our strategic plan, then again, we'll be able to develop our right PCs, because we generate our PCs from the work plans of our strategic plans. And as I said earlier, since the MTP4, most of you are able to look at the concept note of MTP4 from Treasury, or agree with me that the matters research, science, technology, innovation were given a lot of attention. I'm being informed that Professor Oyawa is already with us. Karibu, Prof. Prof, you can hear me? You unmute yourself. Thank you. That is Professor Oyawa, Director General, NACOST. Karibu sana, Prof. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Prof.
Yes, I think because of the internet issues, maybe I might not be able to display, put on my video. Allow me to just share the screen quickly. And as I do that, just to thank you, Jawan, for the strong and powerful presentation. Is my screen audio visible?
Yes, we can see it. It's very clear. Even your video was clear, actually. We could see you through your video. Thank you.
Yeah, but it might interrupt, so maybe it will be on and off.
Yeah, we can see you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. I think distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for sparing your time to be with us today for a few hours today. I guess this is the third kind of trainings that we are undertaking on this quite important target. And therefore, we thank you and the institutions for allowing you to be here. My talk will be on a broader perspective, just more extending on what Javan has said. What really is the purpose of this target? And from the word go, we just want to highlight that based on what is happening globally, especially in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, matters of science, technology, and innovation have come to the activities of mankind. And even as I speak, I think there's a UN meeting which is focusing on sustainable development goals. And one of the key agenda there, one of the key thrusts to be discussed at very high level is the STI role in the implementation of sustainable development goals. So this is both a national undertaking and international undertaking. And we just believe it's important that we are all on the same page because we are part of that global competitive field. Yeah, I picked on this topic on leveraging science, technology, and innovation for national prosperity and public good. For those of you who have been there before, I think some of the slides might be repetitive, but allow me to repeat them for the sake of those who are here for the first time. From the previous trainings that we had, we were able to undertake, I think, the stakeholders were able to evaluate the trainings. And in a nutshell, this is what we got from those who have participated in the past. There was somewhere, even a case where we had in-person trainings in Avasha. And what was coming from you as our key stakeholders, as major implementers of this mainstreaming, was that collaborations among us STA stakeholders is key. And we want to say one of the key aspects of this STA mainstreaming is to bring all of us together. You might be doing a very good job in your institution, but if it's in silo, then it's not the best mode of service delivery. Then also stakeholders were saying that the reporting tool need to be arranged and digitized. I think we have done that. And I want to highlight from the word go that initially, for those who are coming in for the first time, you might get some 6, 7, 8 tables. But once you fill them once, the next time is just going where there are changes. So it is a very easy tool. Initially, we need a lot of data. And there's a reason that we need that data, which I'll explain thereafter. But once you've filled it, it becomes very easy. Then also STA focal points and the champions who you are have a major role because you are the voice. You're the voice of an institution. You're also a medium of communication on the things that are happening. Matters STI are moving very rapidly, both nationally and globally. There are things that are happening. Then there's widespread interest among stakeholders for demand-driven online and in-person trainings. Yeah, with this, when we embarked on this process, I think the COVID pandemic was just at its peak. And yet I think participants still requested for in-persons. We want to inform you that based on that, the board of the commission has approved what we're calling STA professional certification, which can be done online, which can be done in person. This is not compulsory. Yeah, let it go out clearly that this is not compulsory. It is just for those who feel that they want to take advantage of this target to really take yourself to another level on matters of science, technology, innovation. So what you are doing today is part of that module number 1, which is STI mainstreaming in MDS in rapidly changing times. These modules are closely benchmarked with what UNESCO does globally, what UNESCO and the United Nations Commission for Trade and Development, UNCTAD, also does globally. And this is simply to take note that STI has really pervaded most of the things that are happening around the world. So it's not compulsory. We'll be making a call for those who are interested. But for our training like today, we believe that is the training that you need to implement that target. Now, having said that, then the question that always comes, what is the value proposition for STI mainstreaming indicator? We want to tell you that the data that you give us, and if you give us true correct data and be able to avail it to the relevant platforms, it will enable Kenya to anchor itself as a technology and innovation hub, simply based on that data in terms of global competitiveness. And there are a number of ranking indices. The one which is most common is the Global Innovation Index, which we believe we could do better. I think due to COVID, we have gone a little bit down, but we could do a little bit better. So the information we give is not just for storing, it's not just for somebody to play around with. It should go to the platforms of government, it should go to the national treasury, and so forth. So the other value proposition, it facilitates implementation of all government multi-sector approach. And in that, we had a very successful multi-sector conference, the second one at Safari Park Hotel, which was attended by the entire sector, including high school, including primary children taking their education in the primary school. So that is what STA is all about. It starts from kindergarten, primary to high school, to TVET institutions, to universities, and even beyond, and then to the state department. So it's now a requirement. I think the president himself has pronounced himself that his government is people-centric, This government will adopt a whole government approach, multi-sector approach. So even for the universities and research institutions, we will be very happy to see KALRO and KEMRI doing most of the things together. And in this, we take note of KEMRI and KALRO being very top institutions. This is just an example. But what has come out very clearly, because we are in the board of KALRO, and we used to be in the board of KEMRI, we know that they are not aware of what happens in each other institution. And this came out very clearly during as we try to mitigate the COVID impact. So this target, one of the things is to force us to work together as part of that government agenda. If you have seen, STI is also being defined to have direct bearing on national security, public safety, and inclusive sustainable development. How do we get this? It's because when you implement your core mandate, the institutional strategy that my colleague Javan is talking about will require you to commit to undertake your core mandate, which we believe in many cases is related to STI. Yes, so by putting that as in your annual work plan, it means your CEO or your board is able to assign a budgetary allocation to you as a focal person or to you as a head of department or a director to be able to undertake that core mandate. And that definitely will speak into service delivery that is given to Wanjiku out there. Then it also ensures implementation of international obligations relating to science and innovation. There are a number of international obligations, ladies and gentlemen. And as the Constitution clearly stipulates, anything that Kenya has acceded to or assented to becomes the law of the country. So whether it's in our acts of parliament, whether it's wherever, it automatically becomes. So whatever we accede to, if it's for SDGs, it's automatically law that we have to implement it. So how implement it is now the other issue. So this is some of the value proposition that we have. A common slide that I always have, which in a nutshell, I'll try to skip some of the slides to try and finish this within 40 or so minutes, that Africa is so much endowed, but our outputs or what we do in terms of research, particularly for you who are coming from the university sector, just like myself, and for research institutions, our outputs are very minimal. Like you talk of, Africa only produces 0.1% of all patents. Patents have a direct bearing on the products that are out there, or the technologies that are out there, that the services that are out there, and these have direct connection to the trade and industry. Yes, so we would really want to use this target, especially now that we're talking with the key areas, and this is why we segregated the different institutions, that we expect the number of patents at the institutions, Kiridi, University of Nairobi, University of Kabianga, and all of you, the matters of patents are of concern, because patents is what truly defines Kenya's Global Innovation Index. Some of you might have patented, but we do not know, or Kenya doesn't know, or your institution doesn't know. We want this to come out clearly, and that is part of the table. The other thing which we are really trying to pull up is to have investments, increased investments. That's why we are asking for the 2%. In addition, I think even our current government has committed to escalating investments in science and in research given to the National Research Fund from the current 0.6, 0.8% of GDP to about 2%. I know it's a tall order, but we need to aspire to get to that state. And there are resources, both within yourselves, the little that you get, but also from outside the country, from partners. There's some resources. If that is combined with what is internal, I think the impacts would be massive. So we want to say very clearly, as I'm saying, there's something going on, and for those who are aware, high-level political forum, which is focused on SDGs. STI is a key pillar riding that. So this is part of international commitments. And you'll find whether you talk of is it the 14 or so SDGs, they are all, there's something about STI which is inside it. You as research institutions, you can speak to each of these through research. When you talk of poverty, when you talk of hunger, when you talk of health, when you talk of inclusive and equitable, you can speak to it. But most importantly is to reaffirm that the Constitution emphasizes the importance of science and technology in the knowledge-based economic development of the country. Javan, am I audible so that I don't end up speaking to myself?
Yes, you are, Prof. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. So the Constitution captures this. Now, the Constitution further emphasizes the recognition of indigenous inventions and technologies. This is a matter of concern, distinguished participants, and we would really pray that we're able to bring in matters of indigenous inventions into your research as you undertake research. So that you would want to say, the way we talk of local content in procurement, what will be the local content of your research? Are we just adopting what is coming from outside? And this debate is coming up, especially in the line of agriculture, where companies are coming from outside with the seeds, with their own seeds which are protected. I don't know, breeders' right and so forth. So even when you do a very good research and someone owns those rights, and the people, the Wanjiku there in Turkana or in Masabit, how will that Wanjiku afford that seed and afford the fertilizer and afford whatever? So what we have locally might not be as good as those ones which are highly researched, but still it provides us something. So even for our team, David, we would really ask that you engage with, as they're preparing the institutional strategies, that we ask what is the local content in terms of indigenous inventions and technologies that are there. Are we able to incorporate them? And so that we don't lose, like we used to have the traditional maize seed, which is no longer there. It's only kept in by Calroy in some store somewhere. So this is really being encouraged, and let's see how far we'll go to that. Otherwise, I think the rest is just a story. The regulatory framework of science, technology, innovation is under the STI Act. This is the other extension of, or is it the Universities Act? But they're totally different. I don't know which one now captures the other one. But we strongly believe that STI is much broader. It's much broader than education. It encompasses all these things. But the Act was established for 3 purposes. There's number 1 there, number 2 there, but let's focus on number 3. The Act was established to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. So this is exactly what STM is mainstreaming. Just taken some time to bring it on board after consultation. But when you are undertaking STM mainstreaming, you're actually complying with the Act of Parliament. And an Act of Parliament is the voice of the people of Kenya. So you are entrenching science, technology, innovation into the national production system. So in other areas like the ministries, this particular year, I think literally all our ministers have written to their state departments to implement this target. I think there are some who are not sure whether they are in or not, but literally everything rides on science and technology. So we ask, if you feel you're not part of this target, are you part of the national production system? If you are not, then you can be excused. But if you are part of the national production system, if you're part of Vision 2030 agenda, then naturally you are part of this agenda. So these performance indicators, as indicated my colleagues, I think there's a 3rd year running. My colleagues have explained it very clearly what needs to happen. We are available at any time to engage with you on areas, even at individual level. And we can send our teams to an institution. If it's within Nairobi, I think that is easy to undertake. If it's outside Nairobi, then probably you have to facilitate. Our staff will be coming to an institution. But our staff is available to respond as fast as possible so that this target really permeates all the institution. I also want to highlight that matters of STI mainstreaming is at global level. Just July last year, 2022, one of the key resolutions of the United Nations Economic and Social Council literally gave something which is very close to STI mainstreaming, and it recommended to nations or national governments to closely link science, technology, innovation, and strategies of sustainable development by prominently featuring capacity building in ICT and also science, technology, and innovation in national development planning. So you can see it's a global thing. It's a global trend. You're part of that global market. And I think for those of you, and especially the research institution universities, we have checked the records, all of you on board. We really thank you for that. We really thank the STI focal persons. We really try to thank the institutions. Like one time we were invited to give a talk to KU, and we saw almost over 300 people online. We are hoping to only train some 10 or so people, and the persons who appeared there were over 300. That was quite motivating, because rather than be trained and then you go and train others, they brought the staff who were interested on board, and that was powerful. And we thank KU, and a number of you have been able to undertake this. Now, what is this STS sector? Because as you say, the Act talks of the STS sector. This is a table that this is a frame that you really need to have. I didn't know it until I came to Nakosti. I think I've come to Nakosti 3 years ago. I'm part of the university fraternity. But some of these things, unless they come out there, we might not be familiar. Yes, we might not be familiar because it was not propagated. But this, what you're calling the science, technology, in an innovation system, has 3 subsystems. One is the political governance and regulatory system. That is on my very right. I don't know whether it's on your right or on your left. And this is where the NACOSTIs are, the NRFs are, the Kenya National Innovation are. Then there's another one, the education and research system. And I think this is where now you are, the KIRIDIS, the Kenya Marine and Fisheries, the University of Nairobi, the JKUAT, KU, all of you, all the 35, I think, the public universities and all the other, I think 40 private universities. So you belong to the education and research system. There's intermediary institutions, sometimes the research institutions that act like that. Then there's a business and industrial system. That is the difficult part, to be able to link the two subsystem to the business and industrial system is very difficult. And this is where now this STI mainstreaming target comes in, try and force a whole government collaboration. What at this particular point in time, I think the experts call the Kunchipo helix approach, where the business part must be there. If you start a research, are there social scientists as part of your team? Are there the business, the companies that are willing to take up that technology and give you royalties? So that is what has been missing. It is so discouraging to see Asantis was done very well, come up with a product, like somebody who came up with a product to treat COVID, and then you try to market it yourself. We are not cut for that. I think this is called the principle of separation of duties. I might be a very good researcher, but it's very difficult now to take the same to NGIC, which needs a different language, a different kind of what you're calling STI diplomacy, to be able to undertake that. So we need to work together. The times are so difficult that we really have no choice but to undertake whole government approach. Then in terms of investments on STI, which I know that will be a top question. We don't have money for research, and indeed it's true. You and me, we have to escalate matters of what you're calling the STI system, which actually includes RSTI, Research, Science, Technology, and Innovation, as my colleague Javan had indicated there. We need to escalate it to the highest levels of government. Yes, together and jointly, then we'll be hard. And a typical example, which I've mentioned before, in Boris Johnson in 2021 established a new National Science and Technology Council, and he decided to chair this council. What are the consequences of that? In that year, 2021-2022, they allocated 2.27 trillion Kenya shillings for just R&D. That is almost like our national budget. I think our budget now is around 3 or 4 trillion, depending on other factors. So imagine just the presidency coming in or the prime minister coming in, and a lot of money is allocated. China, the same. There's something they call the grand experiment. Yes. So China's rising capability in science and innovation to a certain extent has to do with what they call the grand experiment, which started 15 years ago. And by now, China spends about 2.4% of their GDP on research and development. You have seen where China is. You have seen how they have used R&D. They have not just used it for economic development. They use it to position themselves militarily in terms of national security. They position themselves in terms of their own public safety. They position themselves in terms of even political forums and so forth. So STI cuts across, and it's because they took it up to all the levels of government, to the highest, to the width, to the breadth, to the depth, and all the aspects of the government. US, this is very recent, July 2022, they have come up with what they call the Chips and Science Act. Okay, this is part of, I would imagine, competing with their main competitor, and you know who are the main competitor. And they have the act, this is now coming through parliament, not through the head of government, that the parliament decided to, through this act, to allocate US dollars 280 billion. That by that rate, this is not, I've not used the current rate. This was maybe last year's rate. It's around 33.3 trillion. If we now use the current rate, maybe it's over 40 trillion. Kenya shillings, yes, as of August 2022, to be given to their own NRF, to be given to their own ACOSI, to be given to their own research institutions. And by the way, if this money comes, the people to benefit most will be the distinguished patrons, your institutions, the research institutions and universities. Because this is for research. The only catchword is that this research is not research for the sake of me getting promotion. It is research which eventually must trickle down to NGICO so that you can say that we spend these billions over 5 years, we have come up with a product outside there. It's a serious business. This is, I think, focused on the chips, competition on these chips, the frontier technologies, and so forth. So I'm just throwing out some there that we need to engage in this conversation together to be able to put our act together and be able to now face, instead of going each university or each institution going there individually, oh, we want money, until you demonstrate to parliamentarians the impact. They were asking for the monies that were put into NRF over the last, whether 5, 6, 7 years. Show us where is that money coming. And in your politics, they don't engage in a lot of stories. Once their mind is set, then they move on. So that is there. The same things, I'll skip some of these slides. And you can see this is the table of 2020. And look, this is the investments in terms of percent of GDP. Israel is putting almost 4.9 there. And you know what Israel is in technology. South Korea is putting 4.5. Look at where South Korea is in terms of technology. Japan, the same. United States, the same. China, the same. Canada, the same. So for us, regionally, we are doing very well. I think we need to part ourselves. But now we have gone beyond region. I think we need to compete with South Africa, North Africa, Egypt, and so forth, and go beyond that and compete with Asia. So it is through this kind of undertaking that we're able to do that. Still speaking on what I would call STI diplomacy, or how do you get the resources, A typical example is our neighboring country, where His Excellency President Museveni established a Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. I think it was split from education. Then he decided, of course, he has all the power, decided to place it under his ministry. What is the impact? That in their budget of 2022-2023, the one we just ended in July, he allocated, or whether he or the system or the government allocated Kenya shillings 15 billion. This is what happens when you escalate. When you come back and you synergize as one voice, and then you go to the people who make decisions and tell them we are here and we're asking for this. Imagine now if we had 15 billion, which most of it will come to you, the universities and research institutions, and a little bit to the MBAs. 15 billion. Compare that with the 300 million, which is currently being given to the National Research Fund, which they're supposed to use for recruitment. They're also supposed to use part of it to give to you. And that's why you see the calls from NRF are very minimal. They need support, they need our help. We need to speak as one voice and say, what is it that we want to accomplish? So it's not just about allocating money, it's about we have allocated money and it's going somewhere. Yeah, I inquired about this 15 billion in Uganda. And since this ministry is under the presidency, and the story I got is that researchers at University of Makerere, you only touch this fund, and when you touch it, no, not you only. When you touch this fund, you commit to deliver, and if you don't deliver, you might end up somewhere. Yeah, you might end up somewhere in some dark places. So it is a commitment. When you come with a proposal and you say, I'm going to come up with a vaccine, either you deliver or you must have a very good reason why that. So I'm told even researchers are shying away from it. But that is how countries like China develop. When you're given funds, we live in Japan, and some of us who study in Japan, it's a commitment so that people will see you're putting your effort and you want a product. If you fail, and there's a very good reason, then it makes sense. So this is not just money that is distributing. If you Google even now, you can see Uganda wants to manufacture its medicine in outer space in collaboration with the US. So they are thinking, the resources might not be much, but their thinking is somewhere. And I think this is the thinking in Kenya at this particular point in time. We need to maximize it. And also a slide that recently I've been showing, I was able to just pick out some of the tweets of His Excellency before he even became the president. And he gave some very powerful statements that we need to write on. And some of this, I think we shared with the Presidential Working Party on education reforms, that this is probably the best platform for us to come together, get some money from government, get some money from our external partners, get some money from our internal institutions, and focus on what do you want to deliver, so that research is not haphazard. Research is focused on national priorities and so forth. And in 2015, he said, we are living in a new age, an age of science, technology, innovation. The children under your care must compete in this world. A very powerful statement. I don't think he knew he was going to be the president. In 2019, he says, you have to scale up our engagement with science, technology, innovation space, especially among our young generation. Science is going to rule the future and you have to be ready. I do believe science is ruling now. And just when he got elected, I think by October 2022, he says Africa must consciously place science at the center of its planning. And who are the people to really help the country place it at the center? There's no other better team than universities and research institutions. To place it at the center, to shout. Nobody will come and look for you. We are in a market. We are like in Gikomba. So you go out there and let people hear what you have to say. If you convince them, they will hear you. So he says Africa must increase funding for research and work with scientists to generate fresh data and ideas that can guide policy intervention. So you can imagine that this idea is still there. It is, I think, in the government manifesto. So how do we ride on it? Yeah, so that it's not, there's a 2% provision, but you have to justify what are we going to use that 2%, so that just like the planning in the budget, Treasury will ask you, indicate what you're going to use for salaries, indicate what we're going to use for this. So there will be, I doubt you, there'll just be a blanket fund that you just we wake up and we apply. You know, there should be what we want to achieve with that funding. And for that, I think as NACOSTI, we are given another mandate of engaging with stakeholders to determine the priorities. And ahead here, we'll show you that table. It's in our website. You please follow. But we have a very goodwill person at the top. And just in addition, I think for those who are in the know-how, through Executive Order number 1 of 2023, he has established for the first time a Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. That has never happened. That has never happened before. I think the membership is not yet there. So for those of you who know their way around, you can try to be part of that council. But it is modeled very closely. If I just go back a bit to the US. In the US, This is the US Science, Technology, and Innovation Administrative Structure and Governance. It goes up to the highest level. You can see the systems that report to the presidency. One is the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. That reports to the president. Then the Office of Science and Technology Policy. That reports to the president. Then there's the National Science and Technology Council, maybe the equivalent of an ACOSI. That reports to the president. And if you look at below there, not able to see what is below there, it combines both the security people and the scientists together and the policymakers together. Those are the three arms. Yes, on the president's reporting to the President's Council of Advisors is literally the security sector, the military, like the national security apparatus, reports to the council. In the middle are the policy experts, STI policy. And then on the other side, where there's National Science and Technology Council, are now the researchers like you and me in the different fields there. So these are the things which I'm requesting for your buy-in, so that we speak with a common voice, so that universities can go beyond being seen just to be focusing on teaching, so that you can move to another level where you can be allowed to even own hospitals. That's a debate which is, I think, ongoing hot now in one of our universities. If we are able to convert ourselves to what we call a research university, I see no reason why you not be allowed to own Rivertex, or to own an hospital, or to own a textile, or to own whatever, because that is the definition of a research university. But for now, we are teaching universities, and if you begin any of these ventures, you'll be told that is not your core business. So please use the STI medium, convert yourself to another form of university which can own property. You can own an hospital, you can own a textile industry, you can own a computer industry, you can own anything, because it is what universities out there are doing. Coming back to the Act again, very, very quickly, the Act establishes three agencies: NACOSTI, Kenya National Research Fund. The COSTI is the regulating agency. And please, again, just for information sharing, I didn't know this again before I came to NACOSTI, so I'm also in the learning process. The objective of the commission shall be to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector. It is not quality in research alone. It is actually in research, science, technology, and innovation. That when I came there, even before I came there, I knew that this is just people are assuring quality in research. But the things that are happening now, the industry, you are being called, like the GMO debate, you are being called, can you give an advice for it? The things that are happening, things that the supermarkets, and we don't know whether they're harmless and so forth. We are being called to give that advisory. So our immediate client to regulate, I think, are the research institutions, because we accredit them. But again, we're supposed to advise on the things that happens in any institution, be it university, in your labs, and so forth. So that is there. We have 17 functions. I will not waste time on them. I'll just pick one or two or three. Number one is very key, and I've presented it, I think, last year, because we need your input on this, that according to Section 161 of the STI Act, the function of the Commission shall be, number one, develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policies of government and the country's international commitment. You can see that somebody might interpret it to mean research priorities. It is not research priorities. Research is just a component of this. It is scientific, technological, and innovation activities in Kenya. The statement is very clear, captured by Parliament. So until we revise it, it remains like that. Research is a component of this. And the draft that we have been sharing with you, and we are now sharing again, we shared it during our stakeholders engagement during our strategic plan. And we're almost at the tail end, where we are going to say that this is now what the stakeholders have agreed. It's a 12-point, very inclusive benchmark nationally and globally. You can see, like, number one, research is just one of the 12. Yes, for universities, I would really request you to take advantage of what the STI Act provides for you. It's not just, I know you focus on research, but STI Act research which goes out and converts into technology and so forth, like what my colleague Javan said. So R&D financing, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm seeing something waving, so yes. So what really of great interest for research institutions, Carl Rokidi, and all of you that are there, is that number one. Benchmark that one. But the other things which are key, and when you are now talking of your institutional strategy, okay, STI education, universities and research institutions do that. STI communicate the next number, because it now say that the students you train, by the time they complete their 3 or 4 year program, the field has changed. So they have to be ready to change to what is changing. If you train a computer specialist in first year, by the time he or she is in the 4th year, the computer which is out there, the computer matters which is out there is totally different. So it is more of how versatile is that person that you've trained. Then we talk of STI inclusivity, advocacy, diplomacy, and policy. If you're able to demonstrate that you brought in scientists, you ensured gender, you took note of the marginalized communities, that is part, and that can be part of your strategy, by the way, that you're going to embark on ensuring that there's a balance. There's some programs that you might find one gender is being almost 99% occupied by one gender. And you say that you're going to make effort to bring in the other gender. That is part of, actually can be part of your strategy. Very simple. Then fostering technology protection diffusion. This is about IPs, yes, and this also captures the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The key areas that is captured there are all listed here. So I will not read them. They're in our website. Please take note of them. If you have any comments, I think you've read it institutions. If you have any comments, probably have just a few, 1 month to have this, then we will conclude that this is the agenda. The other things, like the question is, what gives us is it the authority to be able to engage in STM streaming? It's captured in the Act. We're supposed to lead interagency efforts. So our work is not singular. Our work is how do you bring people together? We are just like a secretariat. Yes, that is, we are just what we mkono to bring people together. So lead interagency efforts to implement sound policies. We can organize forums that bring you together with different stakeholders. We're supposed to advise the national government and county governments. We are supposed to do a number of things. But of interest, let me go to another one, the number 14, function N. Annually review the progress in scientific research systems and submit a report of its findings and recommendation to the cabinet secretary. Research systems, if you check the STI Act, doesn't mean research. It means research, science, technology, and innovation. So we'd want to hear from you the research that you've done. That one you're very good at. But we'd want to hear from you the technology that have come out, the things that we see at the showground, for example. We want to hear from you the innovations, because innovation now are the things that are going out to Njiku, things that have a business angle. And they're supposed to submit a report. And it is this report that informs maybe budget allocation or the areas of focus by the National Treasury. Please help us get this data. We have done now the first report, and we involved a number of your professors actually to help us formulate that report. We have shared it. We are receiving comments. I think the deadline was passed, and there was a very good report which is coming out and will be, I think, inaugurated we prayerfully or hopefully by none other than our cabinet secretary at some point in time. So these are functions. Another very important function which I ask you to take full advantage of, that NACOSTI is a national focal point to a number of Kenya's international obligations. Number of institutions are already benefiting in this because we share out what we have. We are the focal point to Biological Weapons Convention, and we have just come from Geneva with a multi-sectoral team, about 15 people representing Kenya. I want to commend, use this to commend KU, they are the representative on this. Commend Masinde Muliro University, they are the representative in this. Like Kipia, I think I've been part of this. This time around, I think for the resource limitations, we are not able. So we want to commend those of you who have been there. We want to commend Talro, they are the representative in this. We want to commend Kemri, they are somebody in this. We want to commend Kenya Bureau of Standards, they are somebody in this convention. We want to commend a number of agencies because matters of the convention, the Biological Weapons Convention, talks about the dual use of research, or the possibility of dual use of research and technology. And by dual use, we mean things that can be used for the benefit of mankind and things that can be converted to harm. This is the other area that I would request researchers in our research institution that please, can you help us figure out what is harmful, what are the other side of research? If you undertake a research on fertilizer, for example, and is able to give a good produce, what are the other side effects of that fertilizer? That's the question which is now coming up in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Can somebody convert that into a weapon? Then we are the focal point of the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology. And the distinguished participants, we are happy to inform that one of the immediate beneficiaries of that is Egerton University. We put out a call for this regional research center on biotechnology. 7 universities applied. International team was involved. Of course, we were just a secretariat. 3 were shortlisted and they did very well, and Egerton University was selected for this. As we are speaking, the National Treasury has allocated some good money to Egerton, and the international partners are now coming strongly. In fact, there are negotiations going as I speak now in India for now to have top laboratories at Egerton universities. This is a strong benefit of NACOSTI being the focal point for a number of Kenya's international obligations. So please take advantage of this. Another one which has been of great benefit to universities in particular is AFRA, Africa Regional Cooperative Agreement for Research, Development, and Training related to nuclear science and technology. For those of you who are aware, especially from University of Nairobi, the universities that are offering nuclear science, technology, and physics, and so forth, almost every other week, even yesterday, we were approving applications, people going for training, people going for conferences, people going for masters, people going for PhDs. And because of this, before we used to focus on just some 3-4 institutions. Because of now the STM streaming, we send it out to your CEOs, to your VCs and heads of institution. We also try to give a copy to you as a STI focal point and STI champions. When you receive those communication, please, it's not just for you, it's for entire institution. So you can either by yourself request your CEO to allow you to circulate it, because they're almost like weekly. This is from AFRA for institutions that are undertaking nuclear science and technology. These are the benefits. We also focal point to CTBTO, Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. You can see this as security related. That's why we say STI directly bearing international security. This function is actually delegated to the University of Nairobi. And at Karura, they have one of the most advanced equipment for sensing seismic motions. And I know a team there, I think the Department of Geology, they are almost like after every quarter, they are in Vienna, Austria. This again is through the courtesy of our undertaking as a focal point of Kenya in CTBO. We are also a member of the governing board of ESTECO, that's East African Science and Technology Commission, part of the EAC, and they are doing a number of things. They are not yet very strong. We are also a member of the governing board of International Science Council, a number, and others are coming out of the interest, and I think what we have done as NACOSTI together with yourself. So I'm emphasizing on this and taking time on this, because this, as you try out for limited resources, and as we seek to get funds from the sector, which, as we know, quite challenging because of the happening, the economic downturn, whatever. Let's advantage of it for research under the USAID program. So let's get this money so that we're not such lines. There's a debate going on now with the university of the waiver, which for us we have no issues with. Yes, there's a request for the waiver. I think there's a mix-up in the act. On one side is like it's waiving, on the other side is like you must do ABCD. And so far, we have been having people applying. I think the process takes 3-4 days very fast. But I want to use you as emissaries to go back to institutions that what is captured in the STI Act as part of research licensing was meant to give effect to international obligations. So if you get saying we are with you in this, if you get a waiver in the act, then you need to ask Kenya to get out of those international conventions. Because by law, whether we get a waiver, and I'm a researcher myself from JKUAT, whether we get a waiver in our act, and we are still part of the UN, we are still part of the Biological Weapons Convention, we are still part of the Chemical Weapons Convention, we are still part of UNESCO, by law, those requirements are mandatory. So pass on that if we really want to get a waiver, then we have to get the waiver, clean it in the act, but also request our country to get out of those conventions, which you know is a tall order. What we might be asking ourselves is, what is the reason? If it's about the money for licensing, I think the government can handle that. They can say, we waive the money, but let the regulation be done. And I would put a question, a simple question of like a student in medicine, master student in medicine, who is dealing with human subjects, who will check, who will ensure the rights of those human subjects is taken care of. And you know, the Universities Act doesn't have a provision for that regulation. And because I've been part of a Commission for University Education. So please let us be a little bit careful as we do this. Let us do it in the right way. We get a waiver, but also take note that the international obligations. And in fact, one of the forms that you feel under STM streaming is on the Biological Weapons Convention, which prohibits the development, the transfer, the what of things that make to biological weapons. How do you check on that? Even your own very institution, how will you check if you're a supervisor and your student is maybe manufacturing something to injure you? How will you check on that? So these are the issues. The Chemical Weapons Convention, the same. The CTBTO, the bioethics of the UNESCO is very, very clear. And you might take your time to read it. Things which countries have signed that we will never do this, we will never do it. We'll ensure that scientific research, especially for life sciences, do not harm human beings, do not harm animals, do not harm plants, do not harm our culture, and so forth. So this is the reason that is captured in the Act. We check on, does it impact on national security? You might see it takes a few days to approve, but really there are some which we refer to the national security agencies. So does it affect national security? So who will check on that? When you have a waiver, yes, does it affect the lives of Kenyans and public safety? Who will check on that when somebody has come up with something that can even hurt the VC or can even hurt the CEO? Who will check on that? Like I know one of our institutions, I don't have to mention it, one of our agriculture institutions, does this research on rats. Yes, and if one of those rats, I'm told, if one of those rats gets out of that lab, the impact on the surrounding area or even the country will be massive. Who checks on that? Because you cannot supervise yourself. So in the spirit of academic freedom, which is very good, there are also limitations. So just ask yourself, this is something that you need to ask yourself. Nobody will force you on it, but ask yourself, who checks on that? Like when you talk of IP rights of our people, for our communities, you have seen external persons come in, go to Samburu, do their thing and get out of the country, get samples, human samples. Who checks on that? Yes. So whether it's a master's, undergraduate, because the waiver is like for masters and PhDs, there should be a waiver, which is okay. But just a typical example of somebody taking medicine, even at diploma level, even a KMTC student at diploma level, yes, and is going to deal with human subjects. Who will check that the rights of those human subjects are taken care of? So I put that to you, is for debate, but we need to understand. I also didn't know this, by the way. I didn't know that this is why we do licensing, but this is really why you do that licensing. So let's have this conversation, let's have this debate. Rather than doing something in an act, then the following day we discover something is wrong. Yes, but what I know, the Attorney General has reaffirmed the regulatory nature of National Commission in terms of Clause 4, Section 4, and Section 6, and has requested that we implement it. And if things happen to Kenyans, we will be called to account. So also help us on that one. I emphasize on that one. Beyond that, I think these are just typical examples of, like, in regulation of human research in Switzerland. Research involving human beings in Switzerland is regulated by the Human Research Act and the 4 associated ordinances. So if there cannot be a waiver on this, yes, and this is now regulation of research supported into 3 areas. Research misconduct. Who will check on research misconduct? Who will check on research involving human participants? Who will check on animal welfare? And these are international obligations. So this is what we need. If there's another agency which can do it, we have no objection. We are very okay to that. But you need, for your sake and the sake of our children, we need somebody who can check on that. So having said that, I think and even UNESCO, I think this will be circulated. UNESCO Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, academic freedom, which we are entitled to.
You're getting lost, Prof.
UNESCO, which you're part of, says in applying and advancing scientific knowledge, medical practice, and associated. Am I audible? Hello, can somebody confirm? Am I audible?
You are now. You are now.
Oh, you lost me. Okay. I'm now audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry for that. I think the waves also changed. But what I was talking about, some of the things that we have signed at international level and why we do research licensing. This is UNESCO Universal Declaration for. So the question that I put to us, the experts that are gathered here from research institutions, from university, like the research at Cambridge. Can you really waive the research that goes on at Cambridge and say we are waiving what Cambridge is doing there? Nobody needs to get into Cambridge facilities. Nobody needs to come and check what they're doing. What will happen? I put that to us for just a conversation. And even in our small labs in our various universities, because it says in applying and advancing scientific knowledge, medical practice. Is it okay, Javan?
Yes, we can hear you. You are clear.
Yes, in advancing in applying and advancing scientific knowledge, medical practice, and associated technology, direct and indirect benefits to patients, research participants, and other affected individuals should be maximized, and any possible harm to such individuals should be minimized. Who checks on that? Which agencies checks on that? So that, to me, was why some elements were brought in the STA Act for just that regulation. As I said, if it's about the monies that are being paid there, which as of now is 1,000, and if you need a waiver on that, the government can provide that. But allow at least some agency, whether it's NACOSTI or any other agency, to be able to also check for our own sake, for the sake of our own lives. And the COVID pandemic really proved that people can do things that can cause a lot of damage. So let's have this conversation so that we make decisions, joint decisions from an informed perspective. So that is UNESCO. It repeats on the same. Okay, from here now. Yes, another element of this is, which is UNESCO requirement, that benefits resulting from any scientific research and its application should be shared with society as a whole and within the international community.
You are getting lost, Prof. Prof, we can't
in particular with developing countries. Who checks on this? Who will check that the benefits that you have come out of your research, or will it be a to hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Yeah, so sorry for the whatever. I'm just finishing shortly. I think it is probably the something is happening. You can hear me now?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Yes, on and off, but I'm getting to the conclusion, so just bear with me. So I was just saying that one of the requirements of UNESCO international obligations is that benefits resulting from any scientific research and its application should be shared with society as a whole and within the international community. Who will check on that? So let's, as I say, let's think about it and let's converse about it. So if I may go to the end, somewhere that I wanted to show us as part of the value addition that we have received from this, but before even I come to that, is that visible, Javan? Is visible?
We can see your slides, yes.
Yes,
we can see your slides.
Yeah, I'll just give, there are several, but I'll just give this one. This was just in March this year in the newspaper, Standard newspaper. It talks of our poultry. This is research from Kemri, and we thank Kemri for that. That research shows 96.6% of our poultry are bacterium. Now, who is supposed to check on that? Which agency, which state corporation, which ministry? So part of STI mainstreaming is to have that particular agency include that in the institutional STI strategy. So that you allocate some money for some inspectors, or situation of, I'll skip on that one on Sukuma Wiki. This has been there. How safe is Sukuma Wiki? So our question is, which are the which are supposed to check on this? Javan, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are now clear. You are clear now.
I'm clear.
Okay. Yes, you are clear. We can hear you.
Okay.
Prof, we have lost you.
Sorry. On and off. It's on and off. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, who? Am I audible, Javan?
We can hear you now.
Wow, yes. It's on and off. That's very strange. Don't know. Anyway, I'll move faster. So these are some of the things that we need institutions to include in their institutional strategy. And I'll move to the end. I'll move to the end. But before I do that, just to mention the indices that we need to rank ourselves with. Am I audible on that?
Yes, you are audible, Prof. We can hear you.
Yes. So distinguished participants, why we need the data that you give us, and we are very grateful, is to ensure that Kenya is ranked in the Global Innovation Index to a position that it deserves. to speak to Kenya's world competitiveness ranking.
Because I'm seeing people saying
You are off, Prof. We have lost you. Prof, we have lost
and
you.
there's some parameters. There's am I audible?
Yes, you are on and off. You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, okay, then you okay, then you can proceed.
Is the screen on?
No, the screen is not on.
Okay, I'll share again.
Okay.
Is it on now?
Yes, it is on. You can make it PowerPoint now. It is on.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes, so I'll move faster so that I can get to the end. I think the rest can be picked up. So is the one on the SDGs on the screen? SDGs? Am I back, Javan?
Yes, you are back. You are back now.
Yes, so because I know I'll be on and off, just to mention to participants that there are a number of indices. So I'm just going to click them. You can check them where we need Kenya to improve its rankings. ICT ranking, Frontier Technologies Index. Yes, and then the tables, as we said, the tables are there. You fill them once, and once you have filled them once, then it will be more of making changes. But this is what we are getting now. This is what the data that we got in the third quarter. Yes, Javan, is that visible?
Yes, it is. We can see it clearly.
Yes, this is the kind of data we are getting and which we are hoping now to, as part of that value proposition, to give to institutions. That we now know that Calro at Moguga has an instrument called the digestibility trial unit with a heating unit of 500 million. This is information that the data we're getting from you, so that we're able to know if a researcher wants some equipment, you know where it is. And those institutions that have equipment can use it for consultancy purposes. This is just part of it. We're able to know that Chuka University, German, am I visible? Am I audible rather?
Yes, you are very audible. We can hear you very clearly.
Yes, we are able to know that Chuka University has a triple quadruple gas or mass spectrometer costing 54 million, which can be used. Other people can come and make use of. We're able to know that Cooperative University has a conference and facility, because that is part of technology. So it's not just about research, part of technology. I will click this as we move on. TTIs, we're able to know that Water TTI has a smart board of 200 million. We're able to know that Masinga TTC has mechatronic engineering training kit, which an institution like JKUAT, which had mechatronic engineering, might send their students there for attachment. Javan again? I'm still online.
You are clear, Prof.
Yes, you keep on reminding me that as I head towards the end. Yes, so very, very key data we're able to get here. We're able to know Konza Technopolis has a number of things. I'll move to where maybe the universities are. Just a skip research and development. Yes, we're able to know, are we there where Pwani University is? Javan?
You are clear. You are very clear, Prof.
Yes, we're able to know that University of Nairobi is already spending 72% of R&D expenditure of its operational budget on R&D. University 56%, University of Eldoret on 13%. So this data, I think you will need it. We will give the institutions back the data. Kiridi, like on that one, we're able to see that Kiridi is spending 19.8% of operational budget on research. This indicates they have limited resources. Kemri, on the other hand, is spending 42% of its operational budget on R&D. KW we're
We have lost you, Prof.
Now, yeah. Javan, are we on the workforce?
You are still on R&D. The slide on R&D. Your slides have disappeared, Prof.
Yeah.
You are now back. Yes, your slides are back.
Are we back online, Javan?
Yes,
yes,
your slides are back. Yes. We see both the slides and we can hear you.
Yeah, so click up to the end. What happens when the waves, maybe the experts will inform me.
Prof, we have lost you. Oh, yeah. We have lost you, Prof.
Yes, I'm seeing my back.
Yes, only audio, but your slides are off.
I think I'll go to the end, to save on time. Will that be okay?
Yeah, that's okay. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, we can see now the slides.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
you
so
can
that
now
we save
put
on
them in
time, and
presentation mode.
but it will go off. I think it will go off again. I think it will go off. So I'll just go to the next one. But what I'm saying is the data that we have, we can share this in the end. So going to the Javan.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your next slide on research, technology, and innovation output.
Yes. See some of the conclusions.
We can see the slide, but we can't hear you well. It's concluding.
Conclusion. Can you see the conclusion?
Yes, we can see the conclusion. The conclusion is clear. The slide is very clear. Is
You can see.
yes, we can see the conclusion slide.
Javan, conclusions?
Yes, we can see your conclusion slide, Prof, and we can hear you.
Yeah, so I think that one, I think you have challenged that brings you to the conclusion. The slides can be, I think that brings it to the end. I just want to thank them. I'll be able to check if the network can allow, but I think most of the questions you can also answer. So back to you, Javan and Dr. Ngigi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think, yes, the slides will be shared. And I think at this juncture, maybe we can welcome to 1 or 2 questions, straight questions to Prof before he exits. So participants, if you have a direct question, probably you may wish to put through to Professor Yawa, you can just raise your hand and mute yourself and just speak. Maybe we can spend 5 minutes on this. As we said, of course, we'll have an opportunity for questions and answers once we're through with all our presentations. To you participants, in case you have a specific question for Professor Yawa, still you can write the same, and then of course it will be answered again through the chat or question and answer session. So anyone with any direct question to Professor Yawa?
I see 4 hands, 3 hands.
Oh, I hear there are 3 hands. How do you see them? You're going, where are those 3 hands?
Who are they?
Who are they? Sorry, we are checking. Yes, we have the first one, Prof. We have Rose Rahab Wajoy. Rose, please, you can ask your question.
Yes.
Rose, your question to Professor Yawa. Okay, maybe as Rose does that, we have Brigid Kosgei. Brigid, you have a question directly to Professor Yawa. Please unmute yourself and speak. Brigid, you can unmute yourself and speak. Also, we have Anthony Gashanja. Yes, Anthony, please unmute yourself. I see you are muted. Unmute yourself, Anthony, and speak. Yes, thank you. You have unmuted yourself. You can now speak, Anthony. Anthony Gashanja. Yes, karibu, Anthony. You can ask your question. Anthony, your hand is up and I see your mic is on. Ah, okay. I think you may have some internet challenges. Brigid Kosgei. Anthony, I see your hand is up and you have unmuted yourself. You can speak now. I think there's some internet challenges. I think, Prof,
Yes.
maybe any questions that we encourage members, in case you have a question directly to Professor Yawa, please you can put it through the chat or through question and answer, and you will be able also to access the same. And based with this now, we request to have at least 10 minutes. A 10 minutes healthy break.
Yeah, yes, Javan.
Yes, Prof.
Javan.
Yes,
Javan?
Prof. We can hear you.
Yeah, I've just seen a quick one by Richard Magwanga. Yes, a chat, a question and answer, and it's saying, Director, this is wonderful. The regulation is key, but my humble appeal, Director, is that let NACOST be the body to give permits. This issue of seeking for research permits from other entities upon getting one from NACOST is derailing the research process. Yes, thank you, Dr. Magwanga. I think we are trying to have a one-stop shop, and we are conversing with our colleagues. At least we know in some areas they're also very, very fast, but we are trying to have a one-stop shop. This is a debate which is ongoing. You know, they also have their mandates, but at the end of it, I think NACOST remains overall. So that is well taken note of. Then, dear Javan and Secretariat, kindly share the slides as soon as the session is over. so that we may internalize the content effectively. Because the internet interruption, as DJ presented, did us much injustice. We kindly request, yes, we apologize for that. These are technology issues beyond our control. And I've seen that, but I don't know if people have noticed, even sometime in the night, I don't know, around 10, 11 p.m., you just find challenges. So it goes on smoothly. I don't know whether it's with Safaricom, I don't know whether it's through us, so I've never known, but we will share the slides. And we hope for those of you who will join the in-person training, that's why sometimes the in-person is very personal and very good. But with that now, Javan, back to you.
Thank you, Prof. I think you have responded to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we request that in case you probably have challenges of internet from your end and you're not able to speak directly, kindly put that in the chat or question and answer, and it will be responded to. Both Professor Oyawa and the team will be able to respond. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Oyawa, for that powerful presentation. At this juncture now, ladies and gentlemen, we want to request a 10-minute healthy break so that we resume at around 11:37. So please, let's take a healthy break. And then we resume back at exactly 11:37. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay. Welcome to the second part of this sensitization. Once again, thank you so much for your attendance. I would wish to take the next 20-30 minutes. I just share some slides around the STI strategy development. As we were agreeing in the morning that this is one of the tools that is very important for us in articulating how to implement this indicator. And again, as a commitment on the this 2023-24 BC target, this is one of the instruments that we expected to prepare. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to run through in terms of how we're going to develop the strategy, and should there be having issues around the implementation, we can have a discussion toward the end. So what we want to agree is that insofar as the STI mainstreaming is concerned, we are agreeing that for us to entrench the STI mainstreaming in our programs and activities, institutions do really need to have the strategy at the institution level that will rather provide the framework for implementing this indicator. I want to say, at least for the categories we are dealing today, the universities and research institutions, this is one of the aspects that we are really doing so well. So in the way of the feedback, I just wanted in the next few slides, I will share the experiences that we are seeing, the trend we are seeing, which is really commendable. And we are grateful that you've taken these steps. By last financial year, this was the second year for implementation of this indicator. We had a total of 273 institutions across the public sector that were participating. And today we are agreeing that universities and research institutions, with the core of this mandate, STI is in the core of your mandate. And the more so, the reason we are having the two of these categories together, we are seeing there are a total of that 7 universities who were reporting last year and 12 research institutions. This is great. And we agree, just to paint a picture of what was happening last financial year, we are very sure this current financial year, there will be slight increment in these numbers. But just in regard to the strategy, so that for us to appreciate what we are saying, because we are saying this is the tool that going to help us entrench and more so institutionalize the STI within the institution. We have 70% of institutions across, out of the 273, those who were participating last year, who have managed to do the strategy. We have 30% of the institution across all different categories who are yet to develop the institutional strategy. So there are issues here. There are issues of those who are implementing already, if there are challenges thereabout. And there is a 30% of the institutions that are yet to develop the institutional STI strategy, which is a requirement. Again, it's not a crime, it's a journey that we are working together. So today allow us to speak to the 30% of those institutions so that we are able to bring them up to speed to be with the others. But specifically to the universities and research institutions, insofar as the STI strategy is concerned, again, this is our institutional level. You realize, particularly the universities, out of the 38 universities, we only have 7 universities that are yet to develop their institutional strategies. Out of the 12 research institutions, we have 4 who are yet to develop this strategy. Again, it's a matter of time. We believe you're able to commit to do this within the year. And that's why we saw it fit that we share this template. You know, this is just to highlight the template that you need to use to come up with a strategy. So my role this morning will be just to run through the template which we generated. Of course, it's a very generalized way because for the obvious reason, we wish to have a common approach that cut across all the institutions. So the 7 universities and the 4 research institutions kindly take it up the challenge within this financial year so that you're able to do that. For the 31 and 80 institutions and that 1 universities, we are saying a big thank you for taking the lead in that direction. Again, we had said and agreed universities are the hub for innovations and creativity. And one of the aspects which is important as a strategy, within the institutional strategy, you want to come up with the IP policy. Again, just for us to appreciate, we're seeing the same trend within the university fraternity. There are about 80 universities and 7 research institutions who are yet to develop institutional IP policy. Again, we are saying this for emphasis purposes. This institutional IP policy are really important to guide and encourage creativity and accelerate commercialization of research findings and products. So this is a very important aspect as a strategy within the STI strategy. And the numbers are encouraging that we have all those 30 universities already having these. Again, because that is your domain. So we thought perhaps to paint this picture so that find the basis of having that discussion as to why we need this strategy. So the distinguished participants, so just allow me, for the sake of those who are yet to develop the strategy, I just share just the general layout for the sake of encouraging the committee or the focal person and the champions who are coming on board, if you've been there, so that I will repeat once again so that you can take up the challenge to generate this. Again, in Acosti, staff will be around and on standby to walk the journey with those perhaps who may require the support. But just what we want to agree from the onset, the template that we have generated and provided on our website, you'll be able to access the Word format or the version that you'll be able to use with more details. I think for terms of the examples, you can only just populate and generate what are specific issues that as universities or research institutions we may wish to carry. Just a general way, the document or the template has 5 chapters. And we are agreeing that chapter 1 is just the general info, the background information about your respective institution, and generating any other related matters around science, technology, and innovation. Again, this is a straightforward because these are information within your documentation, just for uniformity purposes. So for all the strategy that I expected, chapter 1 just background info. Chapter 2, we just like in the strategic plan, chapter 2 of this template requires institution to do the situational analysis. Again, this is very important because you're looking at inward analysis of your institution, because this is an internal document. That's why we are using, and we adopted to use the SWOT analysis, the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities and threats internally, because it's an opportunity what this strategy would provide an opportunity for the institution to look at their strengths internally, their opportunities and the weaknesses, and perhaps more, but this is biased to science, technology, and innovation aspects, which we agree, research and universities, this is your more of your core mandate. But this is a document that will give you an additional vehicle to really accelerate attainment of your objectives and your priorities, because you're using the weaknesses and the opportunities around there to craft the strategies that you wish to have more investment around there to address your internal issues. You're using this document to get opportunities, perhaps in your strategic plan, what you'd have wished to achieve. So the chapter 2 will look at internal analysis for your institution, and and that will provide the basis as to how you use the strategies to really boost and bridge the gaps that could be existing there. Chapter 3 of this document is where you really need to have a more in-depth analysis. But part of the first part of these 3.1 or through to 3.5 are just general info, the vision, mission, and core values. All those are as per your institution. We are not really asking for new vision or mission for that strategy, because it has to be informed by your institutional document and procedures. What is more important will be the part 3.6 of that template, which provide an opportunity for the committees to generate the priorities or the strategies that are within these. The only guide here is that as a country, we agreed these 8 strategic issues will be well suited to guide our institution. Even in our strategic plans, these are some of the issues that we normally do our document around. So the strategy, the template we are using, need to have these 8 aspects, the 8 strategic issues to do with the human resource development, infrastructure for STI, issues of funding, which is always a challenge. So avenues of how to put perhaps a mechanism to increase the funding for research, science, technology, and innovation, of course, for the whole ecosystem. Collaboration and partnership, very key aspects for your agencies. Issues of technology development is a strategic issue that is important for you as an institution, for the country, and even for the region. The STI advocacy, continue increment that to create that awareness. And the issues of education, training, and research, again, at the core of your mandate. So the template provides these 8 strategic issues to guide as when you're crafting your strategies. But again, you're not limited to this, but for the purpose of uniformity, this is what we envisage that within the implementation of this indicator, we could generate or develop a strategy using these strategic issues. So the layout of what we are proposing, but you will find a more detailed template on the website, is that using all the 8 strategic issues, we are asking the committees now to generate the objectives, perhaps, and the final column to generate the strategies. That strategy, these are the doable things that you are able to commit as committees on behalf of your institution. What is able to can be done within your resources available. And mainly, we are also emphasizing that you're not doing these things outside your strategic plans and your priority plans. So in human resource, perhaps, for example, within your strategic plan, there were those things that you had perhaps committed. As an example here, we get one of the objectives could be to enhance the quality and capacity of human resource capacity. And the creativity for the committees that will be generating these is what are some of the strategies you can generate to help your institution enhance quality and capacity of human resource. We know is a limiting factor. Perhaps it could be a commitment to increase the personnel. Perhaps it could be to generate the mechanism for retaining, attracting and retaining staff. For example, these are just examples. Don't mean that they could be your priority, but as a guide, infrastructure. The Director General was just sharing some slides about terms of the infrastructure. In this country is a limiting. So you have an opportunity here as research institutions and universities to come up with the objectives and strategies to enhance that. So the idea is this is just a guide, but it's an opportunity for you to cleverly craft some of the things that you can position yourself as institution to strengthen this area. Again, we are saying the issues of funding and investment, that's a weakness across in this country. So it's an opportunity for you to continually generate some of the strategies you could do or come up with to increase the investment. Remember, in the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act, the law had committed to continually increase as a country 2% of the GDP. That was the ambition for that law. We are still not yet there. So at institution level, this strategy is asking you as a committee that's generating this. It's an opportunity or mechanism to increase investment in R&D budget, in your annual budget. So there's a proposal of increasing to 2% of your current budget or operational budget. So that is what is expected. But again, we leave it to you to craft the strategies that suit your condition. But the ambition there across, and you agree, funding or investment in research and R&D is a challenge. So it's an opportunity for us to do that. Perhaps other challenges, other strategies you could craft is the framework and the mechanism for more resource mobilization. Again, you're free to do that. So this is just a layout. Not to say this is what you should be able to come up with, but just as a guide for those who are yet to develop one. STI advocacy as a strategic issue for a institution for the country is just the mechanism. What are some of the strategy perhaps you'll be able to come up with to just raise that profile for STI, which is important, and we always do that. Could be your annual conferences, which the university and research institution always do have. So those are some of the opportunities. And that's why we are saying all these aspects we are doing, all this, we are putting in this strategy. There are things that are within your priorities, within your mandates and within your strategy plan. But these now come forward as a document that help you or accelerate attainment of those commitments. So sequentially all the way up to strategic issue number 8. So that's the idea. Technology transfer, technology development, all those. For example, the weak issues, the weak linkages between the academia and the industry. You could craft strategies how to strengthen that. You could craft strategies how to strengthen the issues of tech transfer, publication, all those kind of things, research licensing. Those are some of the things that we are giving you an opportunity to, as you develop your institutional strategy, strategically position yourselves as committee to advance what is the priority of your institution. And by extension, it should be the priority for the country. Because we agreed all these 8 strategic issues, they speak to our mandate, they speak to even our priority as a country. Strategic issues around collaboration and partnership, that definitely is very important for everybody, from individual to institution to committee and even to the country. So again, what are some of the strategies you could generate to strengthen your institutional linkages? Again, these are some of the opportunities for leveraging what is there. For partnership around your areas of interest and of course your strategic issues as institution and as a country level. So collaboration is a key partner issue, strategic issue that we were requested to develop strategically the issues that will do that. Gender mainstreaming, again, that has been with us for long. So again, that's a straightforward aspect of seeing how we are entrenching the gender inclusivity across the STI programs. Remember all these, we have a bias to science, technology, and innovation. And that's why, because we are speaking to the converted, because we are agreeing research institution and the universities, this is your domain. So this is a prime opportunity for you to do that. Chapter 3 deals with the strategies that you are coming up with. The template provide you for chapter 4, and chapter 4 basically is just the implementation matrix. Because definitely whatever you are coming up with, it is things that are realistic, they are doable, and you can measure. So chapter 4 would only provide that template, just like in your strategic plan. Again, this provide for you the matrix to put all the strategies. Again, it's all the strategic issues, and then you generate your expected results. Because for having come up with those strategies, definitely there will be the desired expected results. You will have a column for performance indicator. What are some of the things you would wish to use as your indicators to measure your success rates and the implementation rates? And of course, the means of verification and the like. Estimated cost, yes, I know, and we agree for the focal person and the champions. This committee and the implementation will require resources, but this will be the resources within what is projected for your development plan in terms of the strategy plan. And again, that's what we are encouraging. If possible, you could do this institutional strategy to run along the same period with your strategy plan. If possible, that would be the desirable, that even the resource projection are within what is projected within your strategy plan. But you consider this as a document that will help actually entrench and institutionalize the issues of science, technology, and innovation across all the aspects of your research institutions. So chapter 4 definitely will be just a straightforward, generating the mechanism of how you're going to measure. Again, we always say what can be measured can be done. So this will help you to do that. Finally, chapter 5, this will be an internal mechanism of how you're going to monitor the implementation of this indicator or this strategy, because you are generating strategies that you have a implementation matrix, but then of course you require monitoring and evaluation. This monitoring and evaluation, we are asking you, it should speak to your internal procedures of monitoring and reporting, internal procedures of reviewing the documents. Of course, definitely most of the documents are normally reviewed mid-term and end term. So this then it's just customize what is your procedures for monitoring and evaluation. So those 5 chapters speaks to what we are expecting. There are those who are yet to develop the strategy, just to use that, just access the Word version and populate with the information and the data and all the strategy that you want to do. We'll be on standby. We can always consult and work together. So finally, because we know these processes has issues and challenges around there, we are saying we are placing a lot of emphasis on the focal person and champions to make this a success, not necessarily for your institution, but also to accelerate the attainment of our national desired goals and priorities. So deliberately or proactively, NACOSTI has provided this mechanism, this being one of it, so that we're able to have this conversation for us to improve the process and clarify what needs to be done. So it is the commitment of NACOSTI always to have a quarterly virtual sensitization for all the institutions participating in this indicator. so that we are able to have that conversation. We are able to assist where need be, and also to address your concerns. Demand-driven in-person training, it is increasing for those institutions that require face-to-face training. That is another open mechanism. It was your desires as stakeholders that we continue improving the reporting templates. That will be the next presentation that follows, so that you can also appreciate the input that we have gotten from the stakeholders. So as a proactive way of responding to the stakeholders' input and comments. And then what Director General was presenting earlier, developing those certification modules that will be voluntary and just to increase the capacity around how we're going to be able to strengthen mainstreaming, because once we are able to mainstream and entrench science technology across, we need to sustain the capacity to continue improving this, even maybe perhaps beyond the life of this indicator being on the performance contract platform. So because this, we are agreeing that this is needed and we need this across. So distinguished participant, I wanted just to share that in brief in terms of the STI strategy, and quickly what we will agree, perhaps, so that we are all within our time frame. I would wish to invite my colleagues, Cyrus Kamau, to take us through the last part of this sensitization session, and this will deal with the annual work plan and the reporting tools for your benefit, so that we can have an opportunity to interrogate and get to know what is needed. And towards the end, once Cyrus finishes that, and we can have an open forum, those where we could engage and have a further in-depth discussion around your issues and concerns. So once again, thank you for listening to me, and thank you for your patience. Cyrus, if I could allow you.
Thank you, Chair. I believe I'm out. And thank you for the presentation. So this is the final part of the sensitization process, and a hands-on process of what is anticipated in terms of reporting tool. We'll not do it in terms of slide, but in terms of the presentation of what's but. So I will start with the basics for those who are joining the template for the first time. And I will happen to share my screen. So for those who are joining for the first time, I'll have few, because I think 90% of research institutions and universities have been able to be reporting the last 2 financial years. These are recommendable part of the plan. You are able to access through NACOST website, which you go to nacosti.go.ke. Then from there, you are able to see a menu contains PC-MBS, which is performance contracting for ministries, departments, and agencies. I'll start for last year. There are 2 of them. There is the 2023-2024, and there is the 2020-2023. For the 2022, for the previous year, there is the indicator and the resources. I have seen somebody or one of the participants requesting for the resources. So from this link, you can get the resources that are required. First of all is the reporting link. This is where we put the reporting link or the tools which you're able to submit your quarterly report. Then there is a summary of what is in the guidelines of the PCs that have been shared with you. The document has been attached there. Then there is a template for the work plan, both in PDF and Word documents. There's a template for developing the institutional SCA strategy. Then there are guidelines for developing the strategy that have also been put within there. Responsibilities for the purposes and champions have also been availed. Then institutions implementing this strategy, there's a download link. And finally, there are the scores for the 19th cycle on this. There is a PDF document on all the resources that concern this indicator are available within. So moving to this current year, 2023-2024, the documentation will be uploaded as maybe what you find examples like the template, which has always there, you find it within that. For the reporting tool, it has not been put the link because it will be put at the close of the quarter. So there are still some edits being done. I could say very good edits upon stakeholders engagement on trying to make the reporting tool much more easy and much more friendly for MBAs. However, for key aspects is the key activities. So the key activities remain the same. You're able to develop for the new entrants who are doing it for the first time. You can say there may be 2 or 3 from this group. But those who have already developed, they need to implement the SCM streaming indicator. And this one carries 30%. Develop and implement SCA annual work plan for institutional SCM streaming, carrying 50%. And of more importance is to promptly and accurately submit annual report through the platform or through this web page, within the stipulated timeline. I believe all that has been done by my previous professors who have done their presentation on the importance of having. Having said that, maybe I'll move quickly to the table. Last financial year, we had 14 tables. So we have managed to extract of them out based that some of them we thought the information was either captured or the other formats of accessing that data. So we only left with data that is principally called thing, and basically what we have is an additional table for those who are doing some responsibilities to what we call the biological weapons prevention. That's table 8A8. So we have the tables 1 to 7, which cut across for all MDAs, whether they're implementing or they're within the first year or within the third year or second year of implementation. So I'll just give a snapshot of the tables. Table 1 is the current input staff. There is no amendment done to this table. I think fairly in terms of reporting, data has been sufficient. And we have also not had challenges in institutions reporting on this, ministries, department, or agencies reporting on this. So the data remains the same. In case of any challenges for those who are reporting for the first time, they can basically seek support to verify. So for table 2 on human resource, there are some small edits done. One of the edits was to categorize the age and also able to put the groups. The field, the 5 areas, the 5 broad areas of this table still remain. Field of study, which is categorized into 5: natural sciences, engineering and technology, medical and health, agriculture and veterinary, humanities and social science. Then by qualifications, we have PhD, masters, bachelors. We had done up to higher diploma, but we have seen cases where certificates are also in it. So based on the stakeholders' engagement, category for certificates have been added. Then there is the aspect of gender, male or female. This, as far as we are concerned, we are still having 2 genders for now. So we still have that sort of categorization. Then the last categorization is based on age, above 50, below. What's needed in terms of this table is to just key in the data. If it is like we are talking about the number of PhDs in agricultural and veterinary sciences, for male they are 12, above 50, and maybe they are 1 or 22, below 50. Then the same case for female, maybe we have 31 and maybe 16. We just in within the cell, the numbers that are appropriate. The computation and the totals will be added within those sheets. They just tell you there are some formulas already stuck to, and they are going to help you in terms of computation. So your work is to key in the value. Also, another challenge that came during the quarter that we felt was important to address was the challenge of classification. So there was a question of, when you talk about natural sciences, what does it constitute? So we have put a tab that has put based on UNESCO and OECD's models of classification, that we have tried to classify this area of sciences, like natural sciences, disciplines in mathematics, computing, physical sciences, chemical sciences, art, and biological sciences fall under what we call that. Engineering and technology, we have civil, we have electrical, mechanical, medical, industrial. All these engineering and technology fields fall under that category. Medical, you have basic medicine, clinical medicine, health sciences, and medical biotechnology, among other medical sciences. Then under agriculture and veterinary sciences, we have agriculture, forestry, fisheries, animal and dairy sciences, veterinary sciences, agriculture, biotechnology, and other agricultural sciences that would fall under that. So for the last, we have combined two, humanities and social sciences, but maybe for purposes of understanding what the difference between the two. Under social sciences, we have psychology and cognitive sciences, economic and business, educational, sociology, law, political science, media, social and economic geography. And in the humanities, we have history and archaeology, languages and literature, philosophy, ethics, religion, then arts, among other collection of sciences. So if the disciplines fall within this, then you're able to categorize that staff member based on this study disciplines. There is a link there. If you want more information about categorization of this, you can get it from the website. You can also get it from the Frank manual that UNESCO has. Still gives the same information. So for the purpose of the HR table, those are the changes that have been effected. Just to simplify the table. The table number 3, which is on equipment, no changes on that table. The table remains the same. Comprehensively, it has been able to be addressed, and MDS have said they have not got any challenges as far as reporting in that table is concerned. Then the table on R&D expenditure, there are some also changes done on it, just to improve in terms of reporting. So what we have done in this reporting process is to remove some entries that were already done, some entries that were to do with operational budgets. It was so difficult for some of the agencies to separate recurrent and operational budget. And in some cases, they are combined together. So what has been strictly, and maybe that's what National Treasury has been able to do, is just separate the budget into two: development and recurrent budget. Then R&D will be a percentage of the recurrent budget. So like say that if the GOK is giving you a grant of 300 million, and maybe 100 million is going to construction, 100 million is going to construction work, maybe constructing a workshop, constructing a laboratory, constructing all those things that you would call capital development projects. Then what remains now becomes 200 million that will now become part of what we call recurrent budget. So that the entire budget becomes 300. To compute for you the total budget. It will be a factor of development budget and recurrent budget. The annual R&D budget, your target is 2% of this recurrent budget. So you may not be able to at this point maybe know whether it's a 2%. So let's say we allocate out of the 200 million, we only have 10 million available. You have 10 million available for R&D activities within the research institution or within the university. Now, there is a bigger percentage within university research institutions, since research is a core part of their mandate, but we are taking on the lower side. Then what will happen is that you'll be reporting on quarterly value from this budget. So if you have a 10 million budget for R&D, in quarter one, you spend 2 million, 22 million. Then quarter two, so it will be giving you a percentage of R&D expenditure to your total recurrent budget. So in the second quarter, you spend maybe 3 million. So in the third quarter, when you be reporting for the third quarter, you put the budget that you have spent for the third quarter. So possibly it's another 3 million. Then by the fourth quarter, you have a balance, and you can see the cumulative column is adding. So as you put the first quarter 2 million, there will be the same figure that will be reflected within that. So as you move towards the second quarter, the spreadsheet will cumulatively count for you the third quarter and the fourth quarter. If there is remaining 2 million, then you have your 2 million. So at the end of the day, your 10 million that has been allocated will now constitute a 3.3% the R&D expenditure based on the recurrent budget. If there are any remarks, you can go ahead. If you have projects that are also dealing with donors as partners, maybe you have a World Bank project, like some of the universities that have development partner projects, they have given you maybe 300 or 500 million. So the same case you have here, that in 500 million, maybe you have 400 million that is going to the current expenditure. Then you have to buy maybe motor vehicles for that, which will account to 100 million. Then you have your 500 million World Bank funding for that. Then out of this, you're saying this money will entirely go to research and development. So if that's the case, that's fine. But if you're saying that you only have the entire 400 million after the assets have been, development budget maybe has been assigned to fixed assets, like motor vehicles, furniture, and all that. Then the recurrent budget that remains now here, which is 400 million, will be the amount that will remain for R&D in this case. Then you can spread, maybe this money comes maybe in the third quarter. So the spending of the 400 million begins the third quarter. That's 100 million. Then maybe in the fourth quarter, there is another 100 million. So which means by default, out of the 400 million, this financial year you'll be spending 200 million, which is a contribution of 40% of that entire budget. And that entire budget will have an impact on your overall total. Because if you realize what you're getting from the exchequer is contributing 3.3% of your budget to R&D. But what you are getting from a partner, which is going to R&D activities, then it's contributing, at least this year you have already spent maybe, if it's a multi-year project or program, because most of them are multi-year programs. They could start this year, they could roll over to next financial year and the other year, then possibly you have that impact. So what happens in the R&D budget, there is an explosive effect in it, in terms that even if the government is contributing 3.3%, from the collaborative projects and programs you're having with partners, then these projects end up contributing to 26.25 in the actual budget that you're spending for R&D. And these are the parameters and the measures that we are saying. They will help us even to compute what is the government contribution to R&D and what are the development partners or engagement partners' contribution to R&D. Is the total country contribution to R&D. So that's a table on finances and the changes that have been there. Then the next one is on collaborative programs. That's table 5, collaborative programs and projects. So we have already seen one collaborative programs and projects. So the same case, when you come to collaborative programs and projects, you have a column where you're able to anticipate what are these projects. So like where you have a donor partner fund coming in, you have that entry. Then you have the entry, who is the principal investigator? Is it the VC? Is it the PS? So the document of engagement, the contract that is signed between the partner and the institution, if it's the university, all a research institution, then we have them coming in as a principal investigator. The start date, then the end date, then there is a percentage of completion. Is it 50% done? Is it 10% done? Is it 80% based on how much the project milestones are measured? If the money is coming from the GOK, is it coming from a partner? Then if a partner is indicated, Then what sector does that indicator provide? Then what are the funds that have been put in that case? So these two tables have a correlation. The table on collaborative research project and R&D, that's table 4 and 5. So if you have a project here, then by default, it will also be in the other table, table 4. Because table 4, we also asking you the money that you are receiving from partners, these development partners here. So it's good to check when you're filling the table so that the data is correct. Sometimes you may have 3 partners listed in R&D expenditure, but when you come to collaborative project, you're only getting 1 partner listed. So you wonder whether the other 2 partners are either part of this, or you can get a listing of collaborative projects that are being undertaken by the research institution or the university, 10 of them within this list. But when you come to the table of funding, you are getting 2, or you are getting 6, or you are getting 25. So they are not in terms of balancing the effect. So it's good when you're filling the data, also check that the 2 tables, because they inform information on both sides, you'll be able to say what programs and projects are undergoing and what are the budget implications in terms of R&D, in terms of that funding. So the other table that you're dealing with is the table on 6, is research technology innovation outputs. This table did not change. It's the way it was last financial year. It still continues in the same. I think what needs now to be addressed is how do we report in terms of evidences in PDF. We have cases where the evidences have been full publications, so the document becomes too big. And we have focal persons complaining that the document cannot be uploaded. So if like now you are reporting, you have done 10 publications in this quarter, and possibly they have been spread across the university. We have 3 in natural sciences, 1 in engineering, 0 in medical health, agriculture and veterinary, there is another 4. Then possibly you have 2 in humanities. So when you come to put documentary evidence, you just need to write the title of the publication and the journal that has been published. That you don't have to attach the abstract, you don't have to attach the entire publication. So we just need the evidence in form of the name and maybe the journal and which discipline it has been. So when you come, you just have your document, your PDF documents, which I believe we will share with you as part of what will guide you in terms that you have a common framework of evidences that are being submitted. The same case will happen with publication with books and book chapters and policy briefs. Just say the name of the policy brief and maybe which aspect was it supposed to, which discipline was it addressing, and to maybe to which recipient. Was it published? Was it given? Was it supposed to go to ministry? Was it supposed to go to specific entity that received that policy brief, either as a publication or for consumption? The same case with patents, trademarks, and the rest of it. So I think for purposes, by the time we come to the first quarter reporting evidence, we'll provide a framework that will help you to guide on how the evidences of the RSTI output can be submitted as evidence, so that you can have a common reporting tool, and it will also become easier for you as a focal point on a champion. Rather than collecting all these papers, then you have a 200, 300 page PDF of publications, which you are struggling to upload and it cannot be uploaded. Evidences can be done in a summarized way that can help even to when you come to become RSTI out. And the last compulsory table on this is a table on dissemination. So dissemination table remains the same. The only improvement that has been put, it's also done quarterly. So you just say quarter 1, were there any publications on social media? Maybe there were none. Were there any printouts in magazines? Then you're able to say, as you continue to go down, you'll be able to continue and say what has been put within those levels as you go all the way down within this. So for quarter 1, you specify the numbers, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. So the table that is dealing with dissemination and the table that is dealing with R&D expenditure, both of them will have to be submitted with quarterly values that have been put. However, the rest, like the HR table, the table on equipment, is cumulative. So if you feel quarter 1 and there are more equipment that have come in, you just add. If the equipment that you have posted, you remove them from the table of RSJ equipment, so that at any given quarter you have an updated and table that can give the status of equipment and the HR capacity for the university or for the research that month. So the last table that we have is a table that is dealing with PWC. This one is for selected research institutions and universities, and also other elements that are dealing with biologic and toxic weapons. So you're able to give, you have any microorganisms and containment facilities like labs. If you are doing tests on rats, on some biological research that you're undertaking, how do you maintain those rats to ensure they do not escape their storage or their containment areas? Then what you can give a scope and generative description of the activities that contain those generative, that's table 8B. And table 8C, measures for mitigation or prevention you have instituted as a university or a research institution to ensure that you are in compliance and you're not stockpiling biological weapons that could become of endangerment and security and public safety. So those being the tables, I think I'll move to the first document. So in moving these tables from 14 to 7, mandatory 7, was one of the key aspects we looked into was tables that were dealing with the work plan. So there were 2 tables that were dealing with the issue of work plan, and we felt the work plan can be enhanced to efficiently bring that into place. Such that we added this column. You will find that in the work plan, you have added this column for outputs. And what we have done is in adding this column for output, you may not necessarily need the tables. The work plan should be comprehensively complete, such that appointment and reappointment of focal persons and champions. So if you have an institutional policy of appointing a focal person or champion for 3 years, and they were appointed last year, then that letter is still valid. What you need to do is to upload the same letter, so you don't have to get a new letter. If you have to do it annually, then this year you are reorganizing your committees, then you have a letter of appointment. This is entirely within the first quarter. So when you're doing first quarter reporting, you anticipate that you provide letters of appointment for both the focal persons and champions. So attending training for focal persons, like the ones that we are currently hosting today, then there is the output of what is anticipated in that training, then it's expected also to be carried. It is also anticipated that even in the other quarters, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we also conduct sensitization and awareness training as far as this indicator is concerned. You also anticipate to conduct training to stakeholders. Then in that, there is evidences, the output that you anticipate if you undertake the training, the date, the invitation memo for staff within the university or within the research institution. And then you can decide on how you want to spread it. After all, you do it after the focal persons and champions have been trained. Then after that knowledge has been acquired, you're also able to cascade it to the staff. So possibly it should be an activity of quarter 2. And the rest continues. If the other activities you anticipate to do, this is a template to assist you develop that work plan. If there's an activity that you're intending to do, maybe you want to conduct management sensitization. So you can put it there. You can decide maybe you also want to engage somebody from across it to contact. It can be done virtually, it can be done face to face. So depending on what your plans are, then you can say you want to conduct a management sensitization of this indicator, we want to invite somebody from Lacoste just to take the management through, or the focal person is in a position to take the management through. Then you say what the output of this is a report and maybe some recommendations. So maybe there are some areas you feel that the management should support. Then maybe some of them could even be budget. So some of these don't have budget implications, like appointment of focal person. Attending this training which is ongoing, unless there is some facilitation from bundles from from the management, I don't think there is much you can put in. But in case where there is some maybe workshop training and you may need some budget implication, this is the best way. Then there are the tables that I have gone through. You're able to populate table 1 up to table 6 in section F. We are saying these are quarterly activities. So each quarter you have to submit those tables. That's why you have filled quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4 within the work. So that once you're able to populate it, you're able to fill. For those that are doing the PC target on SMSC for the first time, they need to develop a strategy. So they may need to know what are the activities they're able to fill, and they're able to say, maybe the end product is an approved strategy at the end of the financial year, and you're able to spread them between the quarters. The appointment of focal persons, quarter 1, committee to develop the SKA strategy. You may start working on quarter 1 all the way to quarter 3. They may hold meetings and workshops between quarter 2 and quarter 3. They may take the strategy to staff for validation as required. Yeah? So staff have to validate the strategy that you have developed, maybe in quarter 4. Then management approval also in quarter 4. We're not saying it's a must. It can also be done in quarter 3 and approved within quarter 3, so that you also start planning for the next financial year on the activities that you'd want the committee and the members of staff to prioritize within your strategy. So for those that have already developed strategy, we can say majority of you fall under this. Possibly you may start identifying activities that you're going to undertake within you're supposed to select 5 out of the 7 key areas. I know some of them have 7, others have 8, others have 9. So depending on what strategic issues you decided to pick, most university and research institutions being wide areas of STI, they could end up having more strategies, maybe separate education and training from research, also separate infrastructure and facilities, also separate there is now the aspect of collaborations and partnerships. There is advocacy. So depending on which area you're able to pick, you're able to identify what activities do you want to do, like establish a status of STA infrastructure, either at the university or research institute. And we're saying the STA infrastructure is wide. Because if you deal with medical sciences as a training area, then you realize that the STA infrastructure will be what are the requirements within this medical. If you're dealing with engineering and technology as a specialist area as a university, then you'll be looking at this. And universities being global areas of learning, you may realize that if I will pick a single university like University of Nairobi, they have all the 5 disciplines that we're talking about. You'll find humanities and social sciences, engineering and technology. You'll find medical and health sciences. You also find natural sciences. So you may find that for you to look at the STA infrastructure, you will look at the STA infrastructure based on those 5 discipline areas they will cut across. Some universities and research institutions are specialized, like now if you're talking about Caro, you only find agricultural and livestock research. If you're talking about Camry, is medical research. So you will find their strength based on what the institution is able to offer. Then there is a budget, then who is responsible, the focal person, and maybe the head of department or director in charge. If you're dealing with directors or DVCs who are responsible for that area to ensure that that target is achieved. So at the end of the day, what is important, quarterly submission, you do it every quarter, ensure it is timely. That's the key word, ensure it's timely. I would say that quite a number of marks were lost by MDS last financial year because they did not submit on time. And you see, even if you appeal, if it's about quarterly submission, it's different like when you are appealing out of evidence. Maybe the evidences were not well captured, maybe evidences have a reason. So the appeal may be based on that. But when you're appealing based on submission, then you end up having no remedy. Because it's 15th and you submit on 15th, your submission has a timestamp of 16. And there isn't much you can do to remedy such as. Then there is the approval of the head of the institution, is the VC, or the director general, or the CEO, for the research institutions, then an official stamp. Why we need the CEO and the accounting officers to do this? Because it has budget implications. This work plan of yours has budget implications. And we would want also the CEO to look at it. I believe CEOs, before they sign a document that has budget, usually check whether if the total budget of this indicator is 2 million, is the CEO able to avail that 2 million to ensure that the specified targets here are achieved? If the total budget here is 15 million, is he able to go look through and tell you, I think you have taken 6 activities, our budget will only allow for 5. Just take that for at least 5, then cut a budget of 700,000 before I approve. There is some concurrence between the focal person and the accounting officer as far as this work plan is concerned, to ensure that once the year begins, the focal persons and champions are not able to say, we are not sure whether you are going to get the resources. That one said and done, I think for the work plan is done and you're able to it within first quarter report. That's 1st to 15th of October. That is within the reporting framework for first. So moving fast to submission. So we said that you get the target within here. So you get, when you get that link, when you click that link, each institution is given its own password, which they're able to log in. And when they're able to log in, they're able to submit their report based on that. So this has been a test link for training. I will just use it. It's well indicated as a test link. But the process of this test link and others the same. So you have to download the 8 tables. Then you have 8 documentary evidence which you're able to submit. Sorry, I need to stand there. I'm not a robot to allow me to start. So a minor change within the first reporting link. We have several of reporting entities. We have public MDAs in Kenya, Kenya High Commission and Embassy, then private sector institution. So we are selecting public MDA in Kenya, research and university institutions. Then if it is a research institution, it will select that. If it's a university or university college, you select where appropriate. So if I select university or university colleges, I'll have a list here. Unless there is a new university college that has been established that is not in this list, then you can let us know to add you. But so far, I think there are around 38 university and university colleges, public university and university colleges that have been registered within. So you should be able to get your university within this and possibly select maybe the university. And then the institution headquarters, if it is within Nairobi, you can select. For the case of Alupe University is in Busia County. The head of the institution is Prof. The name of the head, Prof. Fabian Samai. I click next. Have you appointed an SDI focal person? If yes, you'll be told to provide the details. If not, you'll be told to expedite the process. There is a phone number, then the email. And this is the only personal data that we collect and we protect it as per the Data Protection Act. That's why we don't request data for champions. So we believe the focal person is sufficient. So when the focal person changes, we are encouraged to have the details of the new focal person and the details that will also proceed. Then from there, you're able to attach the documentary evidences. The first evidence is in PDF format, appointment letter. So I'm able to move to my evidences that I've already prepared before submission. Do you have a champions? Yes. Attach a letter of appointment of champion. Have you participated in STM in streaming? Yes. I believe this training will be among the list of training that I've undertaken. You're able to select the training. So this one help us to know whether the champions and the focal persons are conversant with the indicator, so that if you have not done any training, also say you have not indicated, then you can say the reasons why you have not indicated. The work plan that we have just done also attached and assigned an approved work plan that has been signed by the accounting officer of the institution. If you have the strategy, yes, you attach the approved strategy for SDMA streaming if it exists. Then from there, you're able to provide data about staff, what the approved number of staff is the university. For my case, where you said Alupa University, maybe 200 staff approved, 500 staff for Alupa University. The total number who are currently on board is maybe 200 in a new university. Total number of input staff who are offering, that's the institutional core mandate, which is training and research, and 50. The other 50 are offering support services. If you have any foreign professors who are coming in, can tell us, and possibly saying they are also doing for part of the university's core mandate. Then current staff, that's table 1 now that is dealing with current staff in post. Then also a table on HR capacity based on age, gender, qualifications is also attached. Able to see next. So the next table is to deal with infrastructure facilities that you have above $500,000. That's table 3. Able to attach. Section C deals with expenditure. That's the R&D expenditure table. That's table 4. You're able to attach. And once you have populated the table for projects, collaborative projects and programs. So you're saying you have projects with the World Bank, you have projects with the county government, you have projects with an NGO. Then RSC outputs, table on publication, table on patent. You are able to attach table 5, output, table 6. Then you also need to attach evidences in PDF. So these are what you're saying, that you have published 10 papers. What are the titles of the papers and the journals to which this has been published? Just a list of that. You don't have to attach the abstract. You don't have to attach the papers. Then dissemination of research technology output, whether you have used social media. That's table 6. Table 7 on dissemination of research output. Then if you have an IP policy, yes, you attach the IP policy. Should be in PDF format. If you have evidence on, you have a research policy for the university or research institution, chances are most likely, because research is a core mandate, you attach the research policy. Then part 4 that deals with the Kenyan's obligation to international obligations on technological weapons. If you say no, if it's yes, it's an option. If it's yes, then you attach the 3 tables, 8A, 8B, 8C. You have to come and load this. If the answer is no, you do not deal with that obligation, then you're able to finish. If you have any comment about the reporting, you can say reporting process, either it's too long or simplified, just to guide on what we can do to ensure that the reporting process. Then the final attachment is the forwarding letter by the CEO or the accounting officer. That's the vice chancellor, all the director general, all the CEO of the institution. Click and attach that letter by the CEO. Then you're able to submit the reporting. So before you close, you can download. There is here, you can download the response for your record. Yeah, you can click here and download the PDF evidence of what you want to submit. So what you have submitted to NACOS, you can download as a PDF and store it as part of your documentary evidence as a focal person. However, if you have already submitted, you will still get a response from that. And after that, you can close the report. So that's all as far as the reporting tool and the work plan for this indicator is concerned. But before I return to the chair, I want to invite my colleague here, Dr. Jumbi, who just basically explain the process of this reporting and the importance.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Mine, I'll just take 3 minutes. I'm David Juby. In terms of data, the accuracy of the data has been key. As the DG mentioned earlier, the country is reporting on several indices which have implications for the country in terms of, for example, how much R&D are we spending per GDP, world competitive indices, and there is also the world digital competitive ranking, SDG indices, and also in terms of publications, impact for journals, and also in terms of patent. So it is very critical that as we enter this data, maybe we give it some investment in terms of getting accurate data. Of course, missing a zero or adding another zero will have implications on the policies decision making. So, for example, most of the indicators which are already being mainstreamed will help us as a country to be able to report most of these indices, and hence the country is going to be ranked properly. For example, when you talk of R&D at GDP, the last time the country reported accurate figures was in 2010. The same with the number of researchers full-time equivalent was also the same year. So we are hoping through, as we bring in the county governments and also the private sector, of course, the private universities, we are bringing them on board. For the private research institute we have registered, are already giving us reports. So with all these reports, we should be able to improve our world ranking. And as a country, then we should be able to make ways and move forward. For example, if somebody was to ask us in the country, how many oncologists do we have? Then most of us will be at a loss because we don't have good figures. And it has implications on the how the government is going to make some of these policies. So it is critical that even as we talk of gender inclusivity and in terms of STEM, we also want to do accurate figures of how many researchers out there, so that at least we can be able to balance. So mine is just to emphasize the importance of having accurate data. And for infrastructure, for example, we are looking at the cost. And also, when we come up with the GIS mapping for the country for the different equipments over 500, then it is important that we are able to indicate through, for example, bullet. If a bullet is bigger, it means that equipment is expensive and also of some complexity. So it's important that we get accurate figures on all these aspects. So for me, that's what I wanted to emphasize, and I think you are doing a good job. You have been able to comply. You are putting all this data there, but it's important that we get the correct figure. Thank you very much.
Chair, I can take that.
Okay. Thank you, Teras. Thank you, Dr. Jumbi, for that last part of our session this afternoon. Thank you so much, our distinguished participant, for your time, for listening, and your participation. Kindly, we just want to take the next few minutes. We open this for your follow-up question, your comment. We really do appreciate some of the comments and suggestions we are getting on the chat. This is very important because it speaks to the challenges you are having, your concerns and the issues. And I'm very sure this was the essence of this kind of a meeting, so that we're able to address that. So I want to make it open so that we can have this interactive session. Who wish to go first? You can shoot your question, your comment across all the presentation. our panelists to be able to make an attempt to respond so that and be able to satisfy your concerns. Okay. Alfred, you have the floor. Alfred, are you able to make your comment? Okay, some of the things I can see on the chat. So in terms of the reporting tables, are we able to make them available in time? Yes, it is possible. And I think there's normally a window of 2 weeks after the end of the quarter for populating the tables and uploading them. What happened when the research and IP policy are in one document, attach the same document twice? Yes, that is the position, because the system provides the slots for uploading that. Again, that would be too much. Just do it once. I think it will serve the purpose. Who else is on the floor? Okay, Ruth, you can unmute, raise your question. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, there are some issues to do with those who are penalized, I think, for not submitting quarterly. Again, remember what is the 20th cycle guideline is the time frame. Timing for reporting is very clear. They're saying 15 days after the end of the quarter. Definitely anything after that, you'll be penalized for late submission. That is because of the guideline, the way they are given, the system has been set that way. So kindly, let's just ensure that we report within the 15 days. We will proactively make that effort to send a reminder before that date, at the end of the quarter, as you have suggested. We will avail, of course, when the system is open for those 15 days or so, we will send the reminder and kindly just submit that within that, because definitely even the guidelines that were captured in the 20th cycle, you could see that those timings are already indicated that they are. So kindly, ladies and gentlemen, not want you to see as if it is a penalization, just it's to conform to the guidelines. Flora saying what there's a disconnect between the STI office and the innovators, what is being done. I don't know, is this in reference to the STI offices within your institution and the innovators domicile in your institution? Maybe kindly you would clarify further. Yes, Flora, you can raise your concern, unmute, and let's hear you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, Flora, we can hear you.
Yeah, I was just talking about especially the academia not being aware of the existence of the STI office, especially like in the universities. And so much is going on, and they are working and doing a lot of research, but the process of how to use the IP and STI office seems not to be very, very clear to most of these innovators. So how can this kind of a forum maybe help us so that the connection is very clear and people know the steps that they need to take so that innovation can become very relevant to the people who are supposed to benefit from some of these researches, as you had said, the Wanjiko. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Flora. Maybe I can respond to your question. In my presentation, I talked about the focal person and champions. And then out of it, I said the best practice is that you establish an STI mainstreaming committee. I've not called it an office. You see, in universities already, we have offices or divisions that are taking care of matters research. Already, that is already established to a point where even we have a DVC probably in charge of the same research or academic. But the point is, research is fully entrenched in university, for example, fully entrenched. And there are many offices, from the offices, whether director research, whether offices dealing with innovations, and even offices dealing with commercialization. You know, the critical thing here, having appreciated that, the spirit is that out of all that, then we appoint a focal person, and we said exactly what are the qualifications. Someone, of course, in top or middle level management, someone who understands matters research, science, technology, innovation. That is this is for the sake of this indicator. So you appoint a focal person. After that, you appoint champions. Now, when you're appointing champions, we agreed, you ensure that now, like, for example, you're talking of innovation office, for example, or commercialization office. You ensure that as you appoint now champions, they cut across. Offices like innovation will be represented through a champion. Offices in research will be represented, directorate of research. And again, you go beyond that and also ensure that like offices like finance are also represented, HR, based with the requirement of this indicator. So yes, appreciating that. In fact, university is one of the best places for ease in implementation of this indicator because the infrastructure is already there. We have the structural infrastructure. We have the human resource already doing matters research, basically. So what we are saying for this indicator, so that there is clarity on it, the focal person now and the various champions who are representing the various units within the university comes together now. This is not an office. I'm not talking about STI office. I'm talking about STI mainstreaming committee. So this committee now ended, and the chairperson, of course, is the focal person. You now come together, and you realize that as you canvass matters innovation or incubation centers, or probably commercialization matters research and projects that are taking place, our expectation is that within the wider university, already you have appointed someone from these offices, so that when it comes to matters innovation, for example, the innovators, development of IP policies, for example, we had someone asking about, we come from a point where most of the universities and both research and innovation policy, IP policy, put together, meaning that as you have a research policy, you have matters IP, intellectual property rights, canvassed within the same policy. So the point is, ensure there is that integration of everyone, ensure that the committee has everyone represented, so that if, for example, there are any challenges with innovators, then the person representing, the champion representing that section of innovators or innovation, then is represented there. So you'll be able now to implement the indicator, and you'll be able to talk about clear mainstreaming of this indicator across the university, because everyone will be part and parcel of the process. So we expect the focal person, once the focal person is appointed, to advise well, to have champions across. And that's why we said a focal person will be one, but champions will be many, representing the various areas, believing that probably in a university that has a whole division that is taking care of matters research and the extension, probably, then we expect representation, clear representation from that division for the entire division. But also you go out of it also and ensure that the other division, like administration, also you have other members there, so that collectively we are not operating in silos. We are operating at a point that the right hand knows what the left hand is doing, and then there will be. Remember, also you are submitting report as a champion to the focal person. So as this report, before even you submit this report to NACOST, we expect you as a committee under the chairmanship of the focal person to sit down, look at the various reports that are streaming from the various areas through the champions. And in case there are any challenges, for example, from innovation office, or probably from them that are handling commercialization, for example, then you're able to converse, to manage those matters. For example, it will also be a good opportunity to look at even your IP policy, or what is the level of implementation of your intellectual property rights policy, or for example, the research policy, and probably how are we actualizing the same in terms of commercialization. So the point is, have a committee, a cross-cutting committee that takes care of everyone, so that issues that touch on the same are clearly canvassed, and then the focal person can be able to address it or probably escalate to the higher office. So that is the best approach to it. And you realize that with that, then you'll be able to be in charge of the research output, to be able to know exactly what is going on. Remember, of course, in university, there are many other projects, or there are projects that are running. There are MOUs that are being actualized for certain project, and having champions from all these areas, then you're able to capture that information. You'll be able to know, what are we commercializing? What stage of commercialization are we in terms of implementing the IP policy? Where are we specifically? And if, for example, you have incubation centers like most of the universities have, then again, you know how many research solutions are we putting out there? What are we incubating? And basically what is our position. So all that can be canvassed within the committee, not the office. I talked about science, technology, and innovation committee, mainstreaming committee. But you may realize some, of course, universities may have an STI office. We may decide to have an office. But for us, an office that is canvassing all these matters, but in terms of best practice, having a committee. And we are having this committee, as we said, realizing that already we have other infrastructure and structural offices already existing in our universities, and more so even in our research institutions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Javan, for that response. Any other further follow-ups? Okay, there's a question by
Yes, Chair, thank you. Winnie is asking about this training. I mean, she's saying this training is very informative. I'm sure it may have noted that most initial STI strategies were done in rush just to beat deadlines. Can the institution amend its own to capture fully how it is? Yes, of course, that's the best practice. Remember, as I said, most of us have implemented our KMS, our quality management system, and one of the procedures we have under KMS is document review procedure. So based with your document review procedure, you can decide to review. Remember, we review documents one of the reasons that may make us review like STI strategy or any other policy or document that you have is based with happenings. You see, we're in a very dynamic market. I mean, we're in a very dynamic situation where institutions are basically very dynamic. So you may capture that there are issues that are rising that were missed out probably in the formative stage in the development of the STI strategy. Yes, you can review. You can be able to review that and input the same and update your strategy and share within a cost. That is very important because, again, as we have said, of course, you may have left out very key areas that you may wish to pursue, let's say, for example, as a university or as a research institution. And then you realize in your work plan, you missed it out, of course, in your strategy, meaning also you missed it out in your work plan. And then you review, you can review your strategy and then, of course, update now your work plan and share the same within a cost. That's a very good approach because you'll be able to implement exactly what is going on and, of course, capturing the aspirations of your institution, the body and the spirit of what needs to be done. Thank you, Winnie. I hope it is clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that elaborate response. Any other follow-up issues, comments? Okay. Thank you, Winnie, for acknowledging that. You're free to raise any other issue, leave comment for us. Okay, I think in the absence of any other comment, question, we think we can bring it to an end at this point. But before we do that, allow me to take this opportunity on behalf of this committee and on behalf of the NACOSTI to really thank you as one of our key stakeholders in this STI mainstreaming for this country. Thank you so much for your attending in numbers. We want to thank you for your patience sitting through the whole process up to this point. This is a clear commitment and a demonstration of how important this it is to you as an institution and to this country. We don't take it for granted. So kindly accept our gratitude. We really do hope and pray that we have a very is implementing this indicator. We hope that this should be the beginning of this more insightful engagement. We can work together in this journey and place the science technology where it is. This can only happen with your cooperation and your partnership, because for this country to develop, you all agree with me that STI is the foundation and you are the real drivers. So asanteni sana, thank you that from both of our hearts, we are grateful and we look forward to really working with you to make it even a bigger success. Thank you so much. May we have a final closing prayer?
Thank you, Chair, for that opportunity. Let's pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this afternoon, Father. Thank you for the wisdom. Thank you for the guidance. As we end this meeting, we pray for your further guidance in the implementation. In the name of Jesus, I pray this short prayer, and trusting in Jesus' name, I pray.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.